Crazy, the guy.
You will see today everything that Miles Guo has said about HNA and everything he has said about the Chinese Communist Party and everything he said about Chinese Communist Party leaders in relation to the aiding and abetting of the reckless growth of HNA is true.
Really? Ooh.
空白。
中国政府是因为要
天
不
马
在
天地
任何经济
it is in fact that it is the biggest prostitute brothel of for the Zhongnanhai, because that this is the message they are transmitting to the people. They are destroying people's spirit, they're destroying people's vision, and that is the worst thing that can do to people. That is why that for our 1.4 billion of the population, at your request, we are going to watch the Spring Festival Gala. We are, while that they're brainwashing us, we are going to counter them. We are going to preserve our esteem and then preserve our culture and spirit, and we are telling the truth. And today, we are going to have our great friend, Mr. Bannon, joining me. A lot of people in China that know him, and then he is the most famous American, and also that the beautiful Karen, who was born in the 90s. And then they, both of us, in front of them, I am too little. One is the biggest beauty, one is the biggest hero. So, and then they are going to tell us their legend. And so that is why that I am so very honored to be here as a moderator together with them. And then now a lot of you give me messages, and then so that I can talk to Mr. Bannon. Now, on behalf of all my comrades, I am going to thank you to join us in this gala. And then, and I need to shake his hand again, because a lot of people from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, all these are female, all these lady, they wanted me to shake his hand again, because that they are wonderful, and that they all feel like he's so very friendly to the ladies. So that is why that I must, on behalf of them, to shake your hand again. They want me to do that. The next is that to Karen, on behalf of the Chinese men that shake her hand, because a lot of men who actually like her very much, and so that. And then so that is why that I must shake her hand again. Now today I am so happy. You can see that this is 7 o'clock in the morning in New York, and at the back of us, the sun is rising gradually. And it is actually the Central Park, and also the Time Warner, and also a lot of the New York Plaza, and my home is just next block. And this is a great city. New York is a famous Big Apple, and it is a gift from God to the America. And it actually has inclusion for the East and the West, and then also that there is a Statue of Liberty, and we have the Central Park. It has the greatest financial institute, the best apartment, the best hotel, and also the greatest Central Park. And we have rule of law, there is culture, and also music and freedom and religion. And Manhattan has so many different churches here and that is why I invited Mr. Bannon and Karen, and then we are together to share with you our thought while that we're watching this Spring Festival Gala, and then with while the China and spending so many things, so many money just trying to repatriate me, and yet that we are not going to be infected by them, and we're affected by them. We are going to be influenced by the rule of law, by this spirit of freedom, and in fact that we are going to talk to you about a lot of surprising thing, factual things, and that we're going to talk about it with Mr. Bannon, and also that Miss Karen is going to talk to us about her experience, in Europe and China, and then to tell us what exactly is different between that and what she learned about in China from the CCP. And as you can see that our program has a lot of secret, and such secret. And we're going to bring to you a lot of a shocking, whistleblower. And so with Miss Bannon and Miss Karen and Wen Gui, we are all breaking news and then whistleblowing while you are watching the Spring Festival Gala. And we didn't really spend a lot of money to create this program. We are different from the CCTV and mainland China. We are not brainwashing. We want China has freedom of religion and the rule of law. That is why that we are just telling you a lot of truth. Now, the first thing, we get into the first part. Because a lot of a lot of friends asked me to ask Mr. Bannon a lot of questions, and these questions come from the posting from my friends. Some of the questions we can ask, some of the questions we cannot ask yet. We have no time, so that is why that we are going to ask Mr. Bannon the first question. Mr. Bannon, we want to ask you that at the time when you were at the White House, some people, particularly asked by Meng Jianzhou, Sun Lijun, and the Elliot Brody, and also Bruno Wu from China, and then including Steve Wynn, many of these CEOs in the U.S. trying to repatriate Miles Guo. Now, in the course of those time, a lot of ridiculous things happen. For example, one day that Mr. Trump come to the White House having this Security Council meeting, and also the Mr. Bannon at the time was a consultant to that, and then someone said that there is this Mao Guo who's a rapist, and so there were a stack of this document, and the document were purportedly a letter written by Xi Jinping to Mr. Trump, President Trump, to request a repatriation of Miles Guo. Now, and then with the evidence were actually given by the Caixin media. And so that Mr. Trump was about to sign that document, but then Mr. Bannon said, "Oh, let's stop! Don't sign it yet. What document is that? Who's that for?" And so he started to know about Miles Guo, and then in fact that only by then he started to hear about me, and so he called someone and to get to know who is Miles Guo, and then he started to learn about Miles Guo, and then he said that this is, and then Mr. Bannon said this Miles Guo is a very important person. Perhaps that we should not repatriate him yet, and then it is illegal to actually sign a document like that. And then Steve Wynn, who's the owner of Wynn, right? And then he also hand this letter to Mr. Bannon, and then in fact that is only such a letter given to Mr. Bannon and Mr. Trump so casually, so it is illegal, illegitimate, and also that this is actually a letter handed to Steve Wynn by Bruno Wu, and then it's like a do me a favor letter. So I believe that China national protocol should not be like that. It's not like President Xi would go via a private individual to hand such an important letter to President Trump. So it cannot be legitimate. That is why I asked the first question. This is a question a lot of people concerned about. It is involving with the rule of law of America, and also that it is not adhere to the political protocol of China. So how is that Mr. Xi Jinping go via a private person to hand a letter to another president of another country? So Mr. Bannon, can you tell me how is that coming about?
This has been reported, extensively in the Wall Street Journal, the efforts to get Miles out of the United States. I knew Miles at the time as the beginning as a whistleblower and a dissident that was actually starting to point to the anti-corruption campaigns in China as really being fraudulent. And it became evident very quickly to me, as I was kind of one of the heads of the China project, that there were many people, including these letters that were sent, that tried to get Miles outside of the rule of law system that we have here in the United States, to try to extract him from the United States. And that's when I started spending more time. I had the opportunity to go to Harvard and to Harvard Business School. One of the things they teach you there is efficient market theory. And it was very much evident that many prominent people in the United States, many powerful people in China, were trying to basically do a rendition on Miles. And so I think that's when people started to spend even more time focused on the truth-telling, the fact-finding, and the investigative reporting that Miles was done. For those that want to follow this in detail, the Wall Street Journal had a tremendous story about Miles about a year ago to go through all these details. And I think that once that was focused on, that there was some effort, some organized effort outside of really the legal system that we have here in the United States to try to get Miles out of the country, that's when it even got more focused on what Miles was saying later on the Voice of America and HNA and other things that we will talk about during this broadcast. But I think it really backfired, Miles, and it actually brought more attention to your investigative reporting, more attention to your whistleblowing, more attention to the videos that you're doing, and really got a broader audience in the United States to focus on that. So I think it was the beginning. It's kind of the law of unintended consequences. What they try to do is go outside the system to get you, and what effectively they did was to make your whistleblowing and to make your investigative reporting and to make the efforts that you're doing to show the radical nature of the cadre, a certain cadre of the CCP, I think to actually make it more relevant and more knowledgeable to the American people.
So great, and so he has responded this question. A lot of the friends, I saw a lot of messages, and then they asked Mr. Bannon. So when he read this letter, did he see Mr. Xi's signature? And also, do you think it is normal as a national president write such a letter to hand it to President Trump, go via such a personal channel? Do you think it's true? Can you spend a minute to give us an answer?
Yeah, I think there's a natural way to go through this, right? And we don't with a signature or a stamp or whatever, but there's a systemized way to go about this, and that was not the way to do it, obviously. And I think that all that efforts got shut down. But it was just not that effort. It was many other efforts besides that. People should understand that Miles, and this was because of the investigative reporting. This is because of the whistleblowing. These are because of the videos that you were doing. This is because of the exposure of HNA. This is because of the exposure of Wan Xishan and all this effort, right, to go after this oftentimes phony anti-corruption method. Actually got your name more prominently displayed, and they looked at whether these letters that were sent, these letters that were stamped, all of that, people realized that we're not legitimate, that there's a certain, one of the things about the United States that we pride ourselves in is to work under a rule of law. And so there's a set of rules, and that's a set of rules whether you come, as Miles has, from another country. Once you come here, there's a political asylum process. There's a process to try to gain protection from political repression and from lies, and from countries and governments that particularly try to suppress freedom of speech. And I think you're seeing here the situation, Miles, with you that has kind of flowered, and all these efforts to do renditions, all these efforts to try to get you out of the country, has essentially backfired. It's actually made you, I think, much more prominent in the United States and much more prominent throughout the world.
谢谢先生。
好的 Thank you very much. And another very happy thing is that I know that Mr. Bannon, he actually met with Bruno Wu, the baddest bad guy, and Bruno Wu, through all kind of China, wanted to get to know Mr. Bannon, and also wanted to buy the copyright of your book, $200,000, and then also that he's introducing his wife Yang Lan to Mr. Bannon, and she is the Oprah Winfrey in China. And then you see that the thing is that he wanted to know, her to interview Mr. Bannon. Everybody knows exactly what happened and then what that means. And that the reason is that he wanted to lobby Mr. Bannon to repatriate Miles Guo. So I want to ask you, how do you get to know Bruno Wu, and what happened, and what is your impression of him?
It's very simple. The author of the book, a gentleman at Bloomberg, had written a book. His name is Joshua Green, had written a book called Devil's Bargain, which was about the 10 years that I worked on this project of populism and economic nationalism here in the United States that led me to actually be the CEO of the Trump campaign, and then to work with President Trump. And it told the backstory. It told my years in China. It told the years to really build this populist apparatus here in the United States. And it was a bestseller here. We got a lot of attention after President Trump's victory. And what happened was that is that I got a call from the author, and he says, hey, there's a gentleman named Bruno Wu in China that's just paid, I think at the time, the most money for any nonfiction book in China. And although the book was a bestseller, it wasn't at that level to pay like the biggest number in history. And so I said, sure, I will meet him if you want me to. And he came over to the Breitbart Embassy, my place on Capitol Hill that's right in back of the Supreme Court and right across from the U.S. Capitol, Miles, as you know. And Bruno Wu shows up, and he's a very dynamic, he's a Hollywood producer. He's got all that kind of entrepreneurial spirit and kind of what we call BS that Hollywood producers have. And he's telling me the book's going to be the biggest book in the history of China, and it's going to be this, it's going to be that. And he tells me his wife is the Oprah Winfrey of China, and part of the deal for him buying the book is that I'm going to get an interview with her, and I'm going to become the biggest guy in Chinese history, and just on and on, all this kind of nonsense. And then, it was clearly, I felt very uncomfortable because it was clearly, you could see a guy that was trying to, develop a relationship that would have other aspects to it. So I told the author, I said, look, I don't know about this guy Bruno Wu. He's a little too promotional for me. And then when he found out that I was very much of a supporter of Miles, I was a supporter of Miles because of the information Miles was putting out. Miles Kwok put out vital information about the corruption inside of China, and particularly the enslavement of the Chinese people. And when Bruno Wu found out that I was one of the people that was making sure that Miles couldn't get extracted from the country, he eventually canceled paying for the book, and he lost interest in it when he found out that I was actually somebody that was sponsoring, supporting this kind of truth telling in this in the true anti-corruption a program that you're running, Miles. I'd like to say one other thing now. You are seeing dawn come, as you said early in the program, Miles, to one of the greatest cities in the world. You're very fortunate today to be here at dawn, as dawn breaks over Midtown Manhattan here in New York City with the beautiful Central Park right in the background. So thank you. This is a great honor to be doing this today here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And another Bruno Wu's question. Now, Bruno Wu many times talked to Bannon that he is actually the spiritual mentor to Xi Jinping, and then the Xi Jinping always call him, talk about his trouble, and also that Yang Lan is the best friend or the bosom friend of the the First Lady of China, and also that Yang Lan would also the spiritual mentor of the First Lady as well. And that is why that is what Bruno Wu told Bannon, and he wanted to actually promote Yang Lan to Mr. Bannon. But the thing is that one question we all know that, and you just tell me one line. Had Mr. Bruno Wu told you that he want to go to your home to find the key? Yes or no?
Yes.
But no, hang on.
Yes, you need
Hang on. One of the things that made me most disturbed about the entire thing was he was definitely promoting his wife as Oprah Winfrey and a special relationship with President Xi. And as you know, Miles, and knowing me, that is the one way to really turn me off. People that try to sit there and say we can be middlemen, or I'm the best friend of somebody and I have a special relationship, I'm a spiritual mentor, only reinforces, particularly someone like Bruno that had gone to Hollywood and was one of these Hollywood producers trying to be in entertainment. I kind of considered it more nonsense, and so it's something that. And by the way, I'm not the first guy that Bruno's pushed that on. That was the thing that Bruno Wu pushed on a lot of people here in the United States. Is this special relationship, and his wife is Oprah Winfrey, and they have a special relationship with Xi, and that is really to show people here in the United States that he's got inside baseball. He can really make things happen. He's got a very special. If you're in business with him, you're going to have a special deal. And I think that really most people here in the United States, that really turns off, particularly if you want to do things to help China and really work with China. You know that's only going to lead to bad things. And so I think it's really hurt him overall.
A lot of friends worry that Mr. Bannon perhaps that the BGY by Bruno Wu, because Bruno Wu's wife is going to find a key with him, and then every time that he's talking about his wife to you, and also that finding the key in your house, and perhaps because Mr. Bannon is very alert, very vigilant, so it did not happen, and but the thing is that Mr. Bannon likes a beautiful thing, and of course I know that, but the thing is everybody knows that Mr. Bannon, and in the past he was working for Goldman Sachs, and also that he had done M&A for the film industry. He was a director as well, and also that he was in the Navy, and the Navy he stationed in the South China Sea and the Japan area, and so that is why that he was very familiar with China, and also that he spent his youth in China, and he is very familiar with Japan, Taiwan, and China and Hong Kong, and then also that he was in the film industry. He knew about the film industry and entertainment industry, and he knew about the financial industry. That is why that in age of President Trump's election campaign, that is why that he would be able to strategize properly about the campaign, and that is why that he also a founder or a guy that who make the populism happen, and so that he became also the security advisor of the Trump's government at the time. So he is a very influential person globally, and in the past few years, it proved that because he is such a wise guy and unique point of view and perception, and also religious person, that he has changed the world, and he had motivated a great conference and great movement that happened in the world. That is the liberalism, not just populism. And then the thing is that a nation must have the democracy and liberty, so that they can become a great country. And then so that China has nothing like that happen. And yet Mr. Bannon left the White House, and that he was invited to Beijing by Wang Qishan, and he was having a speech in Hong Kong, and suddenly someone told Mr. Bannon that he was invited to meet with Wang Qishan, and so Mr. Bannon did go to to meet with Wang Qishan in Beijing, and so at the time it's just a chit chat, right? According to Mr. Bannon, but actually the Wang Qishan had a team of 30 people, and then they are taking notes, and also that at the beginning Wang Qishan showed a very approachable face, and suddenly he changed his face, and then he appeared to Mr. Bannon like a monster, and so that he's talking about the populism and the liberalism, and then in fact that in China he actually told people that he's against of Mr. Bannon, and then he did not want the Mr. Bannon talking to the people in China. But in fact, Mr. Bannon object to what happened in China, that they cannot be led by the cadre, and that they must not be able, they must not be ruled by the 99%. The 1% of the people cannot be ruled. Cannot rule the 99%, and that is why that they cannot be ruled by just the Communist Party, the small cadre. So that is why that, and then the Wang Qishan, after meeting with Mr. Bannon, and then Mr. Wang Qishan is showing the central government that he is objecting to the Mr. Bannon's populism. But the thing is that when Mr. Bannon met with Mr. Wang Qishan, and he left a great impression to Mr. Wang Qishan, and then also that Mr. Wang Qishan subsequently that he is also. And then also that he is a very rude, and sometimes he can be very rude, and he can be very rough and boisterous. And the thing is that we know that he would not want any religions, and he doesn't want any rule of law. He doesn't want any democracy in China. So that we want to talk to Mr. Bannon, because I was so surprised by all of that. And then I know that Mr. Bannon liked the democracy. And then also that I know that Miss Karen, also that is the reason she's sitting with us. Because at the time that she was actually recruited by Google's and Microsoft, and that she sacrificed all this high income, and she sits with me because she knows that we are going to change the world. She loves the Chinese culture, Chinese people, and she thinks that we can change the world. That is why that she joined me. And I asked her, "What do you have faith?" And she said, "Yes, I'm Catholic, and every week I need to go to the church." And so all of them sitting together with me, they do not work for money or personal fame. It's because that they care about the world, they care about the people. It's absolutely the truth. And so today we are sitting here. We believe that Wang Qishan, he is anti-democracy. They want to have a totalitarian in China, and they are suppressing the wisdom of the people, and that is our enemy. And we don't want such a kind of idealism in China. So after Mr. Bannon, you met with Wang Qishan. Can you give us 2 minutes? What is your thought about Wang Qishan?
A great love for China since I was a very small boy. I come from very, very humble roots. My father and grandfather were basically working men. They were linemen for the phone company, repairmen, and worked in as linemen. So I came from a very blue collar, very working class. We are essentially old hundred names here in the United States. Very, very working class people. Had a great love for China. That's why I went into the Navy and served in the South China Sea and around China, Hong Kong, Shanghai. Up in Japan, and I've always had a great and deep abiding love for China and the Chinese people. After the speech I gave in Hong Kong after I left the White House, I was invited up and met Wang Qishan. The one thing I will tell you, he is most focused on, at least I thought he was most focused on, is this populist movement throughout the world. Very many questions about populism, want to know the details of populism, how people take control of their lives through populism. And I think it's a big concern. I think of this, what I consider this radical cadre that is running CCP, this very radical cadre, is very concerned about populism. And the reason they're concerned about populism, Miles, is that populism is really empowering the little guy, empowering the common man. And I think that is a huge, huge concern of this radical cadre, and particularly Wang Qishan. You see when he goes to Davos, when he goes anywhere throughout the world, the one thing he's attacking constantly is populism. And I think the reason he's attacking populism is what gives power to people like my grandfather and my father, the working class people in the world, to really have a voice and to make sure that they're not enslaved and that they have some empowerment. And so I think it's a very important movement. It's one of the reasons I've dedicated my life to this thing, to the populist movement over the last 10 years, and work every day to try to build it, whether it's in South America, Europe, the United States, or throughout Asia, including in China.
太好了，刚才班农先。
It is great now that Wang Qishan's essence is like that. He is a totalitarian, he is a dictator, and then he hated faith. So at the time, let me ask Karen, what kind of Christian you are? I am a Catholic. Okay, So, so you are the same school of thought, right? You are both Catholic. So you go to church every week? Yes, once every week, every Sunday. So you speak the Tianjin Mandarin. Very good. Can you spend 2-3 minutes and tell me when you went to China and when did you become a Christian, and then how do you know about me? I went to China. The reason's simple, because I was curious and I learned books and I read books and I read about information of China, but I did not know about China at the time. So after I graduation here, I told my parents I want to go to China, and they did not say anything. They did not know where I go, and I did not know where I want to go at the time. I just point my finger on the map, and then I just pointed Tianjin, so that is why I went to Tianjin. That is why that you speak the Tianjin Mandarin. That's right. And some of the time at the time, a lot of people supported me, and because my parents, they supported my decision, but they fear for me too. But at the time, I went to the Beijing airport. At the time, I could not speak a word of Chinese, but I found a friend, and he became my great Chinese friend. And is it a boy or girl? A boy. Okay. Of course, a boy will become your great friend. Yes. But the thing is that we did not know each other, but I feel like I can trust him. And he was my teacher, my mentor in China. 5 years of Chinese, the time that I spent in China. And a lot of my friends asked me, "You love China?" Then did I love China? I said, of course I love China. That is why I went there. The reason I love China is that I met many people, thousands of people, 10,000 of people. They were very good to me. They were my friends, and I love people in China. I wish that they can live a better life, including my friends and their friends and their children too. So have you had boyfriend in China? Yes, I had. I had boyfriend in China. From where? In Henan, from Henan province. Oh, Henan is very great. That is, in fact, at the time that my Chinese were better than myself. You know, I left China, so my Chinese not as good as before. At the time that we can actually date with my Chinese, you know, but that we did not get married. Do you know that Henan, Mr. Bannon, do you know the Henan people were actually Jewish people? And at the time that Henan helped Jewish a lot. In fact, a lot of Jewish people settled in China, you know, in Henan. And that is why the Henan people had the great history in China. The Shang dynasty or the Song dynasty, they started from Henan, and so Henan people were great. So did you not did you not want to get married? Why did you not get married with a Henan man? Well, something not quite right. What do you mean by not quite right? It's not quite right. It's just like maybe not suitable at the time. So you scare the people here that you said they're not quite right. It's not quite right. It's no. If you do, not quite right. You may imply that the boy is like a rapist or something. No. Maybe not really. So you just say that we don't suit, right? Okay. So we don't suit. Well, we don't suit our personality, not suitable with each other. My dream is not the same as his dream. Okay, so what is not suitable? What's kind of dream? Well, at the time, he wanted to make money, buy car, buy house. I want to be just spending time together. That's all I want. So the Henan man want to just buy car, buy houses, make money. But that is what the Chinese people like, because a lot of people from China, they become the slave of a material and property, and you just want to be in love. That's right. That's right. You see, the thing is that you can buy a BMW, and then and then next that you want a Lamborghini, and then next that you want something even better. So he wanted to get better and better. I don't like that, and so I could not stand it any longer. So only one boyfriend? Okay, just one boyfriend. So you tried. You have experienced something in China. Great. Okay, so that's great. This is good. So at least she had tasted Chinese vegetable, Chinese men. So how, at the time, how old were you? I was 22 at the time. Oh, so young. And Mr. Bannon, let me ask you, Taiwan thing, because a lot of women in Taiwan ask you this. So, you know, a lot of women in Shanghai and Hong Kong send messages to Mr. Bannon. In fact, a lot of people care about Mr. Bannon. Now, and then I feel like that it's not quite normal. Why that a lot of people wanted to get to know Mr. Bannon? They send message to me, you know. There was this woman actually sent a message to me. They're saying that the Mr. Bannon went to work in Shanghai and then actually worked with the media. And then the Mr. Bannon watched this woman. And then this lady said that why do you keep on looking at me? She said it to Mr. Bannon. And Mr. Bannon said, "Oh, you are so beautiful." And then she thought that he is a womanizer. And that the thing is that you must. I said to this lady that she must thank Mr. Bannon because. But the thing is that he's not a womanizer. He just liked the beautiful women. That's all. You know. I think that the Chinese women must be very elegant and must be very beautiful. That is always my thought. And so this lady want me to shake Mr. Bannon's hand again on behalf of this lady. And then I am shaking your hand. This is the lady's hand. This is not my hand. Okay. And do you still remember this lady? And this lady's left me the message, and she said to me that I must relay this message to you, that at the time China is different from today's China, and at the moment there were a lot of religious oppression, a lot of the bad thing happened. So Mr. Bannon want to launch the populism is a great thing, and she appreciate that, she agreed with that, and she thought that is a very fortunate that she can met you. In fact, she met you in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and maybe something else as well, you know. But the thing is, and then so she felt like you are a man of justice, a man with faith, and so, and this lady that who were from Shanghai and then live in Hong Kong, and then she want me to relay this message to you. Now, she wanted to know that how do you view about Hong Kong's change and Taiwan's change and changes in Shanghai? Can you spend 3 to 5 minutes and tell us about that?
You know, one of the things I prided myself when I was living in China, and I had a couple of companies in China, both in Kowloon, the Kowloon side, Hong Kong, and also up in Shanghai, was, you know, I'm somebody that loves to work. So I would work 7 days a week, you know, 18 hours a day, and really love the work. So there wasn't a lot of time for any socializing. No, but there's been huge changes. There's been huge changes since I started going to Hong Kong back in the 70s, and Taiwan, and obviously Shanghai. I think a lot of these changes are not for better. I think you're seeing, particularly in mainland China, one of the things that very much concerns me, we'll talk about later in the program, is this combination of it, you know, 5G, AI, and social credit that can actually, you know, start to, one of the things it does is to control and too much and to really enslave the Chinese people by this kind of surveillance, this what's called social credit. I think it's very detrimental. I think you're seeing also in Hong Kong, it's the freedom you have in Hong Kong is not nearly what the freedom they used to have. I think in Taiwan also, Taiwan feels like it's being, there's a lot of pressure coming from China. And so overall, which I think freedom, liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of religion is what can actually make the Chinese people even greater. You're seeing a suppression of that, and I think every day it's getting worse. And it really tears my heart out to think of some place like Hong Kong that I went back into the 70s, and we'll talk later about the deal that was cut in 1997 to guarantee the freedom of the people in Hong Kong. You're seeing every day, I think, those rights taken away, and I think it's going to get to be on the world stage is something that's going to have to be addressed, because the suppression of the Chinese people and this whole issue of this surveillance and this personal surveillance in people's lives, the taking away of personal freedom, and really the destruction of the rule of law, I think is going to be reaching a crisis, Miles, and I think maybe a crisis in this coming year.
谢谢班农先生。
Thank you, Mr. Bannon, talking about his care about Taiwan and Hong Kong. Now, I believe that Mr. Bannon said this. It is the same thought in people's mind in Europe, in the West. In fact, the people concerned about the Hong Kong's future. In fact, in the last century, that Hong Kong became the bridge between the West and the East. In fact, that it was also a hub of the cultural hub of the between the East and the West. It is the financial hub, the cultural hub, and also that a communication channel between the religion of the East and the West. And also, it became a civilized society. People can share culture peacefully in this world, in this place. So that is why that Hong Kong, it is a perfect city that was actually built up by the East and the West together. So sovereign, of course, I agree that the sovereignty belongs to China, and yet the culture and also the spirit and religion and the rule of law and the framework, infrastructure, it does not belong to China alone. It belongs to the world. In fact, that everyone in the world feel such regret for Hong Kong and feel such disappointment for Hong Kong because its liberty being taken away, and we need to protect its rule of law. We need to protect the international status of Hong Kong, and that is what we wanted. And the thing is that in the Sino-British liaison, the agreement, one thing is to keep Hong Kong 50 years no change, and yet it has changed altogether. And then the Chinese are dictator now and saying that whatever is being signed, whatever being agreed upon, is now no longer effective. How can that be? And so we cannot accept that. The U.S. and then they try to protect their own interests and try to protect this civilized world, and then a world, a country, a place that has established with 100 years of work of the East and the West. We need to protect it. Do you think the U.S. government is going to do something to protect Hong Kong, and then or that to collaborate with the Chinese government to hijack the rule of law of Hong Kong, and then to? Don't you think that it is a bad thing? Do you think that the U.S. is going to do something about that?
Listen, Hong Kong is one of the most unique places in the entire world. I think what the Chinese in Hong Kong have done is absolutely unbelievable. Remember, with an island with very limited, virtually no resources, natural resources, you made it into one of the great financial, capitals of the world. You had Wall Street in New York City, the city we're in today. You had the city of London, and you had Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a great capital market. I think what's happened, the deal that was actually reached in 1997 was supposed to provide, one country, two systems for 50 years, with the implication it would be extended past that. And I think what you've seen is a complete deterioration of that. Many of my friends in Hong Kong say today that they feel suppressed. They feel like they don't have their freedom. They feel like it's not nearly as free as it used to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I believe that in the coming year, this is going to be an absolute huge issue on the world stage, because Hong Kong has been so important to China. That's where the access to capital really came through, was for Hong Kong. And so the complete suppression of freedom, the complete suppression of freedom of speech, the people being worried whether they're going to be snatched off the streets, entrepreneurs and people, the capitalists, all of a sudden they're missing, and you don't know if they're in prisons in China or not, is going to get to be a huge issue. And so I think that this is going to be an international issue. I know that there are many people in the United States, particularly people in the financial community, people in the corporate community, in the media, and also in government, that are watching Hong Kong very closely. And I think that what we got to do this year is actually make this a much bigger story and make it a much bigger concern, so that people can take action. What's happening in Hong Kong is absolutely unacceptable. The deal was cut in 1997. That was supposed to be the deal that the people in Hong Kong, the Chinese in Hong Kong, agreed to, actually to merge back in. and to have China take the sovereignty back of Hong Kong. That was all agreed to. Nobody was debating that, but there's a whole system of rule of law, a whole system, Miles, of things that are supposed to take place that's not taking place, and that's not fair. It's also not right, and I think you're going to have to see. I think you're going to see in this coming year, in the coming years, that it's going to get to be a huge issue on the international stage. Particularly, what you don't want to do is kill the entrepreneurism. Hong Kong is a lesson to the entire world of the spirit of the Chinese people, the entrepreneurial ability of the Chinese people to make something. And to make something of themselves, and I think that that's one of the things that's the rule of law definitely needs to be reimposed into Hong Kong, and needs to be reimposed immediately.
Mr. Bannon stated very true later on that we're going to show some of the secret document that telling that CCP using gangster way of the method to oppress Hong Kong. And then I feel like Hong Kong has a lot of people feel the same, and yet they cannot voice that thought. We must protect Hong Kong. We must let Hong Kong people know the truth. Now we are going to have a question asked by a lot of friends who are very concerned by these friends. They said that from Hong Kong, they see the one country, two system stated by the Communist Party. Now, and then CCP also exercised one country, two system in Taiwan. A lot of red flags raised in Taiwan. So we are going to talk about what kind of a control and oppression that CCP have for the Taiwan. And then in fact that the China want Taiwan to make investment, but then they want to tell the Taiwan businessmen to listen to the CCP. Now all these things happen, and also CCP also mentioned one country, two system in Taiwan. Now with the precedence of Hong Kong, one country, two system, do you think it is still workable, such a system in Taiwan? Can you please tell us?
I think this is the problem with this radical cadre at the CCP that doesn't live up to their word. You feel like you make a deal with this radical cadre, and then they don't follow up. They do what they want to do, and they end up suppressing people. I think Hong Kong's an object lesson in that, and I think you're seeing this in Taiwan. And so I think that makes people very, very uncomfortable. And I think all this type of military posturing about Taiwan makes people even more nervous. I think the people in Taiwan should all, that's why there's so much anxiety and so much angst in Taiwan today. They don't really know what's going on, and you can't trust the word of this radical cadre of CCP, of Wang Qishan and President Xi. That's the problem we have. I think it's the problem we're going to have in this trade deal. That it's not that the people in the United States and the people in America and supporting President Trump, it's not that they don't want to make a deal. The problem's very simple. When the CCP radical cadre that runs it makes a deal with people, they then change it and they do what they want to do. And that's just, you can't build a system around that. The people in Hong Kong can't be free because they agree to something and then it's changed dramatically. And it's always changed into the ability to take money out, to take wealth out, and to really turn people into slaves. Turn people into what they're controlled, and to take their hard-earned earnings. I think you've seen this in Hong Kong, you've seen it in mainland China, and you're seeing it in Taiwan. And I think that's what this angst all throughout East Asia is, simply for the fact that you need a set of rules. And once those rules are agreed upon, you need to live up to those. And if you do that, people are going to prosper. The natural entrepreneurial energy, the grit, the determination, the brains, the smarts, the hard work ethic of the Chinese people, whether that's in Hong Kong, whether it's in Taiwan, or whether it's in mainland China, will come to the fruition. But you need a set of rules. And I think the problem we have throughout, a kind of a common theme, is that the only rules only apply to them, and that rule is to take all the value, to take all the energy, to take all the earnings, and to suppress people and turn them into slaves. And that just can't, it can't go on like that, right? The people in mainland China, the people in Hong Kong, and the people in Taiwan are too good of people, they're too hardworking of people to be suppressed like this.
非常感谢班农先生这个讲话，非常非常棒啊。
Very good. Miss Karen, have you been to Hong Kong? What do you think about Hong Kong? Have you been to Taiwan? What do you think about Taiwan? I've been to Hong Kong and Taiwan, both places. In fact, I I would answer in English, okay?
In 1997, where Hong Kong people were promised a system of one country and two systems. Now, we noticed this very flexible attitude towards written agreements from the Beijing side. Now, can we compare this Beijing or Chinese Communist Party's infiltration into Hong Kong, which is local territory? Can we compare it to Beijing's spread of influence in other countries? We can talk about Europe, we can talk about the United States, but if we had here in 1997 a joint agreement, a written agreement that they're not keeping the word, what can we expect if we don't have a written agreement? How do we know they're not doing the same with us, or we're not allowing them to do that?
Yeah, no, I think you have these written agreements, and remember, these written agreements were negotiated over many years. You know, the British made it was a long-term thing by Thatcher, and I'm obviously a big fan of Margaret Thatcher's. I think this is the single biggest mistake she made. And this mistake was she negotiated these agreements, but they really were, they didn't have enough enforcement capability. And I think that's what people in Taiwan and throughout the world look at Hong Kong as an example where this thing was highly negotiated. It was one country, two systems. The system of Hong Kong was supposed to go on. And the reason the system of Hong Kong was to go on made sense for mainland China. And the reason was Hong Kong was a success story. I would say Hong Kong is one of the greatest success stories in mankind's history. Here's a place that had, you know, almost no natural resources, and through the act of will of the Chinese people made it into one of the great cities in the world and one of the great capital markets in the world. It was just absolutely extraordinary. They wanted that to continue, and what you've seen in Hong Kong, let's be blunt about it, you've seen a lessening in entrepreneurial activity. You've seen kind of a suppression of the capital markets. People are very concerned about putting their money into Hong Kong. They don't know if it could just be snatched. If somebody determines that hey, they want to seize your assets, or want to seize your business, or quite frankly, look at the number of entrepreneurs that have just gone missing in Hong Kong. We'll talk about this later, that end up being taken and they're either in prison or we don't know where they are. They commit suicide. You can't run a country like that. And you can't particularly run a country that's going to be a robust, vibrant economy and to spread the wealth to everybody. And I think that's why the issues in Taiwan, East Asia, and in Hong Kong is all the fact that they don't know what the rules are, and what the rules are is whatever these dictators determine it is. And all you're going to do is see a lessening of entrepreneurial activity, lessening of capitalism. Everybody's standard of living is going to go down.
Mr. Bannon was so good, so correct. That is exactly the general view of the West. But then I think that Miss Karen was so good. Your view, we did not prepare what she said. Actually, she's actually saying something natural and so very real. So Miss Karen is a genius, right? You don't have a boyfriend?
Just Hanan, okay. I just want to.
结婚了，结婚太早。
She got married too early. She's already married, and you can see, right? And Miss Karen, and I think that if Karen is unmarried, then she will actually be asked to go out for a date a lot. A lot of people driving BMW wanted to date her, but the thing is that we are very honored to have her in the program. I am so proud of the Henan man, you know, that Henan man that he has lost is a treasure, you know. But the Henan, and then you must all be very proud of yourself. Okay, so that maybe still, and then I'm going to show you some more messages, okay? And I'm going to give you 2 more minutes. Karen, tell me, in your mind, in your heart, what Hong Kong should be like?
香港，我记得那时候。
Thing Hong Kong at the time when I went to Hong Kong, I stayed in Tianjin 2-3 years, and then. I love Tianjin, right? But the thing is that when I went to Hong Kong, I thought that I returned to Europe. I had that kind of feeling, and I feel like that my person, the people there, the culture there, the vibe of the city, partially they preserve some Chinese tradition, and part of them came from the UK. So at the time, I was very impressed. I thought that I don't want to go back to Tianjin. I stayed in Hong Kong, but of course I debated back and forth, and I flew back to Hong Kong many times. You know, maybe in the future, I hope I can return to Hong Kong again. And you see, Karen is so genuine, and I can feel she's so beautiful. I heard. I heard the people who speak from the CCP, they speak a lot of rubbish, and they keep on talking some indirect thing. But then the Miss Karen and the Mr. Bannon, they are so direct and so straightforward, and they say everything that is genuine from the heart. And then so we don't actually like to hear the official language, because we don't know what they say. But Mr. Bannon is telling us what they like, what they don't like, what is good, what is not good. It's so great. Now I feel that I am a fortunate man, even though that in the Lunar New Year that we miss our family. I love my family. At the same time, I feel very fortunate that I am able to live in this city of freedom. Now, Mr. Bannon, 2 minutes. Now, in your mind, in the future, what Hong Kong would be like? Give me what you really think, and what the U.S. Do you think that what is U.S. thinking about the Hong Kong businessmen collaborating with China?
Here in New York City, which I happen to think is the greatest city in the world because of its freedom and the rule of law, but I got to tell you, the two other cities that are my favorites besides New York are Hong Kong and Shanghai. And it's absolutely horrible what's happening in Hong Kong right now. And I think you're going to have a huge commitment. There are many companies, many banks, many people that have been very close to people in Hong Kong for decades. And I think you're going to see a huge resistance to the further deterioration of freedom in Hong Kong. I think this issue in Hong Kong, I think in 2019, 2020, is going to start to reach a crisis that's going to have to be addressed. You cannot have one of the great cities in the world, and Hong Kong is one of the great cities in the world, with the same level of New York, the same level of London, the same level of Paris and Rome. You can't have a great city like Hong Kong have its freedom start to be taken away, particularly when the people agreed to this deal. It was a peaceful transition. Remember in 1997, there was a very peaceful transition into the sovereignty of China. Nobody's debating that, but it's about what that sovereignty means. That sovereignty wasn't supposed to mean to take away the freedoms and the rule of law to the people of Hong Kong. And I happen to think, since it's such a great city, and there's so many people throughout the world that have visited Hong Kong, they have friends there, they have family there, that this situation just can't continue, where people are snatched off the street, thrown in prison, and have their wealth taken away from them, whatever money they've saved. So I think the suppression, and really let's talk about it. They're trying to enslave the people in Hong Kong. And I think that is just going to reach a crisis stage in 2019, 2020, and it's not going to be. I think you're going to have a huge counter reaction. And I think the world will stand as one with our brothers and sisters in Hong Kong.
Thank you, Mr. Bannon. It's great. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about Dalai Lama. At the beginning, I'm going to introduce the background to you. When I am introducing the background, I'm going to also show you the video. Please take a look.
啊，好，好，好，好，stop。战友们啊，刚才看到这里的时候，
videos. So this is taking place in Japan, Tokyo. So I arranged this meeting. So a lot of so Ma Jian and many Chinese officials and the leaders of Chinese and Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping's request to arrange this meeting in Tokyo, Japan. So this is a secret meeting. So in this secret interview, and there's a lot of enforcement outside, a lot of police, securities. So we can play again. This video. You can see the video. So the person is called Cai Jia. Mr. Cai Jia. He is the kind of secretary of Dalai Lama. He was a secretary of Dalai Lama. He's in jail. He is a Tibetan. He is a nice person. He is very has a lot of wisdom and spiritual person. And I was behind. This person is Wang Jiyan. Wang Jiyan, maybe you don't Mr. Wang Jiyan. So he's a Phoenix TV, the founder of Phoenix TV. He is like a CIA of China. And so White House, do you have a TV program from the Phoenix TV program? And this TV station was under control of CCP. And Wang Jinping, he's one of the founders of the TV station. So this gentleman, you can see, at that time, he was a journalist in Japan and a photographer and a lady email. And he was, she will be the correspondent in Japan. And Zheng Hao, the other person, and also from CCP. And we were like journalists in general. Many journalists, they are all work for the CCP. So at that time, many people that are really close to Dalai Lama, and also a lot of core members from CCP, and most like powerful people from CCP. So you can see in this video. This is a very good opportunity, and we are here in Tokyo to have an interview with you.
Years ago, I learned from you a lot.
You
just see. So please pay attention. Mr. Zheng Hao just told, I am the member from the government. So the message here. So this is like 100% owned by the Chinese government, the Phoenix TV station. So they are Mr. Zheng Hao and Wang Zhengyan. They are for the security department of the CCP. They
So he used to work for the Mongolian. Mongolian secretary was his mother. So Li Miao was working in Japan. So all the people facing Dalai Lama, they are all from CCP. You can see. I was expert in overseas. I worked for the Chinese government. So on behalf of the top leader in China, I would report the top leader in China. They want to hear you what you said. They want to know how you feel and know your view. So you even know the wording they use. They talk to you. They kind of say things, move things around. They don't want to ask direct questions, but it's very clear. The Tibetan independence no longer exists, but we don't have like the great Tibetan area. So they talk about the middle way. What is the middle way? So independence, you have autonomous. So you can have a certain independence within Chinese constitutions. So we have a lot of ethnic group in China. So there is no a place called a Greater Tibetan. So the Greater Tibetan, this concept. So this is not autonomous. This is not really real autonomous. So the autonomous is under the Chinese constitution. It's also under control by the CCP. So after Deng Xiaoping, once he said, so we accept what they said. We want to, under the benefit of the Chinese government, our Chinese people, we want to say Dalai Lama like wanted to have Tibetan independence but we don't have so-called autonomous in Tibet. So it is not realistic. It also doesn't meet the benefit, national benefit of China. Dalai Lama emphasized China. So I don't know what's your view on that. Yes, last night I saw this video. At that time, a few years ago, Dalai Lama said they respect the human rights. Then also said the rule of law. They also mentioned that, and also China want to gain the trust from the world. Nobody really trusts China now. But you look back, like the wisdom from Dalai Lama, he see the natural of the CCP. They are the liars. If you continue to lie, nobody want to trust you. You don't have people, you don't have anything. You don't have a rule, you don't have anything. I want to resolve the problem with you. But you keep saying the lie. You keep saying the great Tibet. You give me the right, but you didn't really keep your promise. So from now on, you will see the video. Dalai Lama gave a letter to President Xi Jinping. In this event, we cannot reveal this letter. So they don't want to reveal this letter. But I think this in this video, I want to reveal this letter with our best American friend. I want to translate this letter into English. So I can show you the letter in English version and Chinese. And Tibet will not seek independence. And Tibet will be under control by the Chinese constitution. But we hope that Chinese government will keep their promise, and we will have the freedom in the regions. You will see, this is a very interesting letter. In this letter, this is the written by Dalai Lama himself, and respect the PROC president, and as the Guo Gui. So this letter, the letter was about translated by Chajia based on the handwritten version in Tibetan by His Holiness Dalai Lama, would verify its content oral over auto recitation. You can see this is the envelope. This is not, or I have the original copy. Next. I have the original copy. So you can see the original copy. This very clearly. So the third plenary section of the 18th Central Committee of Communist Party of China recently reached a successful conclusion. Next. You can see all the issues stated in these letters. I have met with Dalai Lama 5 or 6 times. I met him in Switzerland and East Europe and Japan. I met him. I want to discuss with him the content of these letters and the requirement and the request. And there was a revision. So the first one, he stated, there was no concept of a great Tibet. The middle way, we want to seek for the middle way. And so the middle way is the way to independence. We want to go through this middle way. So under the framework of the Chinese constitutions, we want to seek for the independence of Tibet. So we really wish that independence, but Chinese government didn't keep their promise. Then I don't have the power to do so, but we want to maintain the dependence of Tibet, and we are keeping the promise to the world. There's no problem with that. They're also about the reincarnation of Dalai Lama. And this really solved the problem of Tibet. As long as I meet the condition of reincarnation, I can reincarnate it. But just Mr. Bannon, you are pregnant, you want to have kids. But if you don't want to have kids, you can have abortion. So but Bannon, you cannot get pregnant. You are the man. So you will see Dalai Lama, this letter from Dalai Lama, he really object the idea. So you will see this letter that Dalai Lama, his idea for the Tibet, he wants to solve the problem for Tibetan issues. And also, this is the idea from President Xi Jinping. They also see the signature, and also this is, you can see that this version above is translated by Chai based on the handwritten version in Tibetan by His Holiness Dalai Lama. We can also show you the Tibetan version, and also you see his handwriting here.
You can see that the Tibetan language is a very beautiful language. So to say that, as we can see, the Venerable Dalai Lama is so sincere. Can you imagine why that the CCP they can lie like that? And then the last 5 decades, CCP always trying to suppress Tibet. And then, but the thing is that all the excuses were actually in vain. We can see from this letter that Dalai Lama never seek to be autonomous for Tibet, not independent for Tibet, and then also that the Tibet always adhere to the interest that imposed by the CCP, and yet CCP always use lies to keep on suppress Tibet. So, and yet today, Vatican is going to collaborate with China, and Xi Jinping is going to go to visit Vatican, and they go to become friends. But the thing is that, can you see that the CCP, actually led by the Xi Jinping, and headed towards the most suppressed era for religion, even worse than the Mao Zedong era? Don't you think it is such a tragedy from Hong Kong, from Dalai Lama's letter, that it proves that it is impossible to collaborate working with the CCP, because they do not honor their word. The most important word and the most important thing is after the video. Do you know that I was actually asked by Meng Jianzhu that they want me to actually kill Dalai Lama? Not only that they did not honor their words, Dalai Lama had already admitted that there is no greater Tibet, there is no Tibet autonomy, and there is a middle road. And the thing is that he only wanted to have an incarnation. So Dalai Lama did not ask the Chinese just to believe in the Tibetan religion. The Chinese people can believe in the CCP for all he cares. But the thing is that CCP did not want anybody to believe in Dalai Lama. So they are liars. And then so that not only that they don't rectify their words, and they don't honor their pledge. They want to kill everyone.
家邻居。
Yes.
开始了。
Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
You look.
My dear friends and the 1.4 billion of my countrymen, I watched this video. I was so very touched. At the end, can you see the details from the beginning to the end? Mr. Zheng Hao was very respectful, and Mr. Wang Jiyan, as the head of intelligence and all the spies, they were very respectful to the Venerable Dalai Lama. And then Zheng Hao asked Dalai Lama at the end, do you want to go back to China? And Dalai Lama said, of course I wanted to. But at this moment, now 5 years ago, this video was recorded. And the Venerable Dalai Lama and the CCP, they have this agreement that if Dalai Lama cleared out of all the confusions and all the matters involving the Greater China, and he already reiterated that it is not existing, the Greater Tibet. And also, he also claimed that no, Tibet doesn't want to be independent. We don't seek for autonomy, to be autonomous. So, in fact, the Dalai Lama, of course, wanted and then the CCP reported that Dalai Lama always wanted to have independent Tibet. That is ridiculous. And then, in fact, also that he wanted to have this a friendship, and also that he did not want to burn himself, and then so that he respected the entire China's religion and faith himself. So every time I watch this video, I cannot really tolerate that. All these 60 years that the Dalai Lama still cannot return to China. What harm can Dalai Lama do for you? And then, like Mr. Bannon also feel that, and then Dalai Lama actually is the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. And then whatever you want, he had already written the letter to accept the terms and the condition laid down to him by the CCP. And he is already, and then so he also he just wanted to have he also just wanted to have the Tibet to remain to be Tibet. And then also the thing is that all of this later I have given to the Meng Jianzhu. Do you know what Meng Jianzhu said to me? And he said that Venerable Dalai Lama can never be let to keep alive. And then Meng Jianzhu said, so now that we have his letters, that means that we can completely prove that, and then to demonstrate to the Tibetan people that Dalai Lama did not want to have independence. So this is magic. So it is to state that the Dalai Lama did not want to have Greater Tibet, and then he did not encourage for the set fire to himself. So that is enough. Now, so that we need to actually get rid of him, to terminate him. So every time I think about that conversation, my dear friends, that now that 48 million of the viewers now that we have now, but then my dear friends, that Meng Jianzhu just used one word and want to actually exterminate this venerable Dalai Lama. Not enough that they have exiled him for 50 years. This is a spiritual leader, and he is a reincarnated leader of Tibet. And they deceive him, they cheated him, and they told him that he is welcome, and yet that they betrayed him. So it's just the same that they can betray the Vatican, the Pope from the Vatican. I don't know what they would feel, my two friends. And also, and then so I can just tell you, that Meng Jianzhu said to me, okay, Miles, your mission was successful. But the thing is that he can never be allowed to come back. You kill him, then you will be our greatest subject. So to me, at the time I heard him said that, the thing is that, every time, that I flew so many times together with Dalai Lama, and then I listened to him. And then the thing is that I have spent a lot of money and then also took a lot of risk. And then the thing is that I helped the CCP to go and then get the meeting with the Dalai Lama. And then in fact that Xi Jinping sent me a letter and invite me to go and talk to Dalai Lama. And then I didn't even see myself in the video, right? And then I did not know that there was such a kind of a whistleblower program that I am going to broadcast to people. So I did not film myself. I just hope that to help. I just hope that I will bring more happiness to the Tibetan people. I hope that the Dalai Lama could be allowed to return to China. And I hope that the Chinese people would be able to enjoy this spiritual leadership and spiritual peace. What crime did the Dalai Lama committed? He did not want to be independent. He did not want to have greater Tibet. He did not want to go and burn himself and to become a martyr. So exactly what crime did he commit? So, but then, at the same time, at the end, I got the note from the Chinese leader said, get rid of him, exterminate him. I never told Dalai Lama, but I must tell you, this is the Chinese Communist Party. From WTO, the accession of WTO to Hong Kong, handover to China, and then there was not one piece of agreement they actually honored and become reality. So I must tell you, my fellow men, Tibet, the Venerable Dalai Lama had already retreated so much, back off so much, compromised so much, and yet they did not accept it. They did not let him come back. So the CCP must be the enemy of every person with faith. Today, forever, I must tell you that the word will never be honored. And we can see the core value of the CCP. And you can see that today we are watching a lot of these people watching the Spring Festival Gala, and they were seeing these people entertaining and then praising China, talking about how prosperous and how rich China is. But how many people actually care about the spirit of the Chinese people, and how many people care about the well-being of our culture and our spirit? And then every woman and every man, they have experienced all this brainwashing, talking about that we must make deals happen by selling ourselves sexually and by selling ourselves monetarily. But then, not of course, that Mr. Bannon and Ms. Karen, they understand, and because they don't agree with Dalai Lama, they don't agree with the CCP, and they. So we watched this video, we watched this letter, that you must understand that this is the proof. And the Venerable Dalai Lama, he is a spiritual leader, he's a great man, he's a holy man, and yet that the CCP has deceived him for the last 50 years. So that is why I think that, but I feel like the Dalai Lama politically was very naive, because he always believed that the Communist Party has a kindness. So I want to say to the Dalai Lama that please don't believe CCP again. They have been deceiving you and they will never honor their promise. And in the future, CCP is just like a black gangster. How can you believe the gangster or the mob? Now, Mr. Bannon, I must ask you, after you watch this video, after watching this video, how do you feel? Can you share with us your thought?
I tell you, and I think the world owes, in the people in China, owe Miles and Guo Media a great depth of gratitude for both having the video and having the letter, and the letter both translated into English and obviously in Chinese. Karen and I are Catholics, but there's a unanimous opinion throughout the world of religious believers and people who don't even believe in religion, that the Venerable Dalai Lama is a holy man, and probably one of the most holy men in the world, right? You don't have to be Buddhist, you don't have to be Chinese, you don't have to be Tibetan to understand the moral authority and power of the Dalai Lama. And when you see Miles, when you watch the video and the interview and you read the letter, I mean, the Dalai Lama goes back and refers again and again to seek truth through facts, right? Let's talk about facts. Let's seek the truth through facts. He talks about the rule of law. He talks about the anti-corruption. And it's very evident in this that he never had any intention. He was very specific in saying we're not trying to create a greater Tibet. We're looking for a middle way. We understood what the deal was with Deng Xiaoping many years ago, and we're trying to live up to this. But once again, I think you see, the same is in Hong Kong, the same with Taiwan, is the CCP, this radical cadre of the CP can't be trusted. I mean, it's throughout this whole letter and throughout the interview, and here you have one of the world's holiest men. The reason I think this is incredibly relevant today on the New Year's Eve celebration is that you have, particularly in the West, you have both Pope Francis, right, who represents the Catholic Church and the 1.4 billion Catholics, who is actually entering into an agreement that is actually a much deeper agreement than even the Dalai Lama represented for Tibet and for the Buddhist people and for Tibetan Buddhism. And you have the United States with President Trump starting to enter into an overall agreement. And the question gets to be, now you have Hong Kong, you have Taiwan, and you have one of the holiest men in the world that clearly is living up to his side of the bargain. Yet once again, you have this radical cadre that will not abide by their previous agreements. And I think that this video should be watched over and over and over again. You see the humility, you see the power of his moral authority, you see his goodness, and you read this letter and you see how he lays it out very logically. And I would recommend that you read the letter in Chinese or in English. And Miles, I would hope that Guo Media would also translate this into many other languages so people in Europe can understand this, that here you have one of the holiest men in the world, right? Maybe the holiest men that's ever lived on earth, right? The Venerable Dalai Lama in a very heartfelt interview saying, hey, we are living up to our side of the bargain, but they are not living up to their side. They're actually lying about this. He says it in so many words, and you just see that this is a continual oppression, and it's to this theme that this radical cadre cannot be trusted. They do not live up to agreements, and they do not believe in the rule of law.
Mr. Bannon, you said something very important. You see, from this incident, we must not believe the CCP. No matter the China-US trade negotiation, I think that any country will be deceived and nothing could be trusted. Even the Vatican is going to be the next person to be deceived, and it's a tragedy. I know that you are devout Catholic. You must urge them not to trust the CCP. And then you see that, but of course, Mr. Bannon has a lot of girlfriends, but everything else to me that he is quite perfect. And then Miss Karen also the same thing. That after you see that the Dalai Lama being received, and this is the biggest deception, this trap. And what do you think?
And the video we just watched are a crystal clear representation of what the party is doing, not only to the followers of any faith. Now, Mr. Bannon just said, it doesn't really matter whether you're a Buddhist, a Christian, it doesn't matter, you're a Muslim, it doesn't matter. They are acting on two different levels. They are persecuting the followers, but they were able to go up and climb the ladder and reach one of the holiest men in the world and reach the leaders and the very representative of not only Buddhism, but also the Roman Catholic Church. Now, we know that after the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949, every religion had to make a compromise. So they had to create an association to be under the direct control of the party. And this was extremely hard for religion like Buddhism or for the Roman Catholics, who already had a leader, a spiritual guide, and were not able to pledge their loyalty to the party. So what happened, for example, with the Roman Catholics is that they started two different movements, two factions. One was the patriotic church, the so-called Miles Guo, and the underground church, the Dixia. And what the Pope just did last year, he ordained 8 bishops coming directly from the patriotic church. He turned his back on all those followers the underground church who decided since 1949 that they were pledging their loyalty to him, to the Pope, and not to the party. Now, this is how the CCP is acting. They're not only persecuting the followers, but they're reaching out to the leaders of various religions. Now, the Dalai Lama and the Pope, the Dalai Lama especially, he refused to give in. He refused to be controlled by the party, and he's not in Tibet anymore. He's not been there for many years. Now the Pope showed a different attitude, and he made a pact with the party and with the Patriotic Church, forgetting somehow all of those followers who were faithful to him for so many years.
I just
Please,
for a
sir.
second.
那么，但是呢，我们看到问题所在，我们看到呢，
The Dalai Lama, one of the holiest men in the world, the Venerable Dalai Lama. And then on the Catholic side, you have Cardinal Zen, who I believe is from Hong Kong, and is one of the most revered, and I would tell you, most saintly men in the world. I've had an opportunity to meet Cardinal Zen, and just incredible. And in both situations, I mean, what's so amazing about this video and what's so amazing about the translation of this letter, you have one of the holiest men in the world that is saying, hey, if you, in the deal that we've kind of agreed to, we're taking a middle way. And we are prepared, and I am prepared as a holy man and the titular head of my people to abide by those rules. But you continue to lie. I mean, you continue to say we're trying to create a greater Tibet. You continue to say we're trying to have autonomy. You continue to say this, you continue to say that. And I'm telling you, we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to live in peace, and we're trying to live in prosperity, right? And so, in joint harmony. And yet you have, once again, this radical clique of the CCP, Wen Xishan, President Xi, others, that are sitting there and really trying to call one of the holiest men in the world a liar, right? And how do you do that? I mean, there's unquestioned throughout the world, and it's not just his Nobel Peace Prize. The Venerable Dalai Lama is looked at by Christians and Jews and followers of the Tao and Tao Te Ching and you know, Hindus across the board that are not followers of Buddhism as a holy man and one of the holiest men in the world. And then you have Cardinal Zen, and Cardinal Zen is viewed by Protestants and non-Catholics as one of the holy men of the world, one of the good men. And in both situations, you have the same thing: lies, misrepresentations, and what really gets to be suppression, right? This is another example, just like in Hong Kong and Taiwan. This is the Tibetan people, this is the Buddhists, that once again you have this suppression. So we have a common theme, and that's why I think, Miles, it's so dangerous. Look, President Trump in the United States President Trump's a sophisticated businessman. He will understand how he has to maneuver through this. Actually, my bigger concern, I totally fear that the United States does not make a stupid deal, but more importantly is the Pope Francis in the Catholic Church, right? Who maybe is not so worldly. And there I see a direct parallel to the Dalai Lama, where I think that they're now, and to Karen's point, how do you possibly make this mistake given every warning sign that we have, right? And I think that's what's so powerful about this video. I would love, and I would beseech you, Miles, that we have to translate this into Italian and in Latin and make sure that we get this into the people in Rome and people in Vatican can see this and see the outrageous what happened to the Dalai Lama.
600 million.
Thank you, Mr. Bannon, talking. Now we have actually 600 million people viewers. Can you see that? And I know that some internal police are going to attack us, right? Now,
I know. It's because of your words.
我觉得
I think Mr. Bannon now you must consider that go to visit Tibet. I think that Karen must go and marry a Tibetan, okay? Because I myself had the Tibet bloodline. That is why that I wanted her to get married to a Tibetan, and then also the Tibet women are the most beautiful. So that Mr. Bannon, you must find a Tibet girlfriend now, so that the venerable Dalai Lama, if he sees the video and see our program, he must be very sad. You know, the thing is that, but I tell you, I swear that he does not know that the CCP wanted to kill him. You know, the thing is that, but I must agree that, you know, that a party deceive a respected person. And then, so, you know, so many years. And then, of course, that they are lying throughout the history. They lie to, you know, they from Chairman Mao, they lie about being the leader. And then, yet then he sexually just molested so many students, you know. And then also that they are the liars. At the time that the Mao Zedong, and then led the Communist Party, and also the Li Lishan, and then he was telling people that he is leading them to democracy, and then also rule of law. And then, of course, we know that at the end there was no rule of law, there was no democracy. What happened at the end was the Cultural Revolution, and then there's so many people died, and so many people shamed, and so exactly what happened there. So of course it's done by the Communist Party. So that you thought that you are having the revolution of the people, like the people from France, but then you did not. You CCP actually created the Cultural Revolution, shaming people, robbing people's self-esteem, and then your ancestor, the Communist Party, Karl Marx, and then also that you're talking about people's revolution is actually the French. And then you're using all these aircraft, they were actually built by the American. And then all the people, the children of our ruling party in China, they were sent abroad to study. And yet our Communist Party, every day they're talking about objecting the rule, objecting the Americans, and then objecting the Japanese, and they don't like the Western world. And then in that case, why did you send out so many of your children to study in abroad? And then also that why you keep on going against France, you know, and then why are you still, you know? So the whole thing is that you are still adore the West, adore the value of the West. You wanted to actually marry the beautiful women like Karen, you know. And the thing is that you still love the West. You love the culture of the West, the value of the West, and yet you keep on attacking the West. So ever since the accession of WTO, that you deceive America, that you rob all the American, you rob the money of Mr. Bannon. Mr. Bannon is so poor; he always just wear one pair of trousers, you know. And then also that, They are now, they're not only taking your money, they are going to take your life, you know, just like the Venerable Dalai Lama. He is already handed you his world, and you still want to have his life. So from the little bit of things, so from today, from our program, watching the Spring Festival Gala, and then we keep on hearing the Chinese people, the CCP, keep on talking about, oh, the American is like getting so poor, so weak, and all that. And yet, at the same time that we can hear that, we are keep hearing that the Huawei and stealing the technology and all that. So I must urge Americans, be smarter, don't be entrapped, and do not go to commit suicide, and keep on thinking about collaboration with the CCP. You know, Huawei, you must understand that they were the spy, right? China. And then China keep on claiming that we have this proprietary invented technology. But the thing is that in the last 5 centuries, what did China invent? There is nothing. Every day that they're claiming lies, and so many people, and then the Chinese, this is cadre ruling 1.4 billion people, and then everything is ruled by the party. Keep on telling people that the parents is not as close as the party, and then yet the millions of people being locked up in Xinjiang, and then they keep on talking about re-educating this Xinjiang the ethnics, and yet you are not re-educating them, you're just imprisoning them. So that is, yeah, then they want the whole world to believe them. It is the sadness, the tragedy of the world. So today you're watching my program, you need to know the truth of the CCP, and then you think back the 3 decades ago, what you've been told by the CCP. Have they really realized any one word? Have they really honored one pledge they made? Now that in the northwestern 3 province, at the time, it is the poorest area. And then the Guangdong was the wealthiest. Now, have they changed anything? And today, Mr. Bannon and Ms. Karen, have they said anything that is false? We are here to tell you the truth. So I must ask Mr. Bannon now, again, that the China-U.S. trade issue negotiation, that do you think that the U.S. trying to bully China? Are you thinking that maybe that the China never stole the U.S. technology? And do you think that under this kind of understanding, can you really sign an agreement? What is your thought?
Great abiding affinity and love of the American people for the Chinese people, right? We were allies in World War II. America has been very involved with China over the last 100 years in trying to help and trying to assist, and particularly in the Great War of World War II, to try to come and be China's ally and make sure that they were not overrun by other powers. And I think today we've kind of gotten at loggerheads, and it's not the Chinese people and the American people against each other. Just like here, it's not the Tibetan people and the Chinese people against each other. It's not Hong Kong and the mainland Chinese against each other. It's not the people in Taiwan or the people in mainland China that are against each other. What you have is like I said, this radical cadre of the CCP that can't be trusted. And I think what they've done is gotten very off track, which could be a great partnership, right, in working together and to build world prosperity and world peace, right, and benefit to everybody, particularly to working people. I mean, the way I look at it, ever since the WTO, they've essentially enslaved the Chinese people, right? The Chinese people work for reduced wages. The Chinese people are just treated as automatons. Now they've got this social control, this social credit score that they can use, this potentially 5G, artificial intelligence, facial recognition to enslave you even more. And so I think that when leaders in the United States and people in the United States are starting to wake up to this and look at how they've treated Hong Kong with the agreement they're supposed to have there, how they treated the people in Taiwan, now with this huge expose of the Dalai Lama, the venerable Dalai Lama, one of the most holy men in the world, and particularly, Miles, what you're saying, in addition, there was some sort of effort to look to kill Dalai Lama, because Dalai Lama was going to get in the way of their greater designs on Tibet. I think it should make everybody very concerned about any type of agreement and how that agreement is supposed to be fulfilled. And so I think that you have people like Peter Navarro and Bob Lighthizer advising President Trump. And I think the one thing that they're saying is, how can you actually make an agreement that people will live up to? And my as big a concern is the people in the Vatican ought to really start to wake up, and Catholics throughout the world, the 1.4 billion Catholics, and just see, look at this video, read this letter from the venerable Dalai Lama, and see how the radical element of the radical cadre of the CCP treats one of the holiest men in the world. That's what you should think of before you sign a trade agreement, and that's what you should think of before the Vatican signs some sort of partnership to essentially give control of the bishops. I mean, if you look at this letter, if you read this letter, you look at this interview, and then you hear Miles talking about the potential they wanted to, talk about killing the Dalai Lama, and to think that a religious organization like the Catholic Church and someone like Pope Francis could actually basically turn over the selection of bishops, the selection of really the leaders in the Catholic Church in China, to the radical cadres in the CCP, it beggars, it boggles your mind, right? It just beggars belief about how you could possibly do that, given a consistent pattern. I would beseech Pope Francis to talk to a couple of people. I would have him talk to Cardinal Zen, an incredibly holy man. I would have him talk to the people in Hong Kong. I would have him talk to the people in Taiwan, and quite frankly, I'd have him sit down with the venerable Dalai Lama and ask the Dalai Lama how he thinks things are going. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous. And so I think that I think President Trump's going to balance everything and work with his advisors to do that. But I would really beseech President Trump's a very sophisticated, Miles, as you know, businessman. And in the background, you see Midtown. You're seeing Midtown Manhattan and what we call Central Park South, right off of Central Park. President Trump's office is only Trump Tower is only a few blocks south of here. He's very familiar with the rough and tumble world of real estate and can negotiate for himself. But you know, Pope Francis, I'm not so sure about. So that's why I think Pope Francis ought to read this letter. Pope Francis ought to see this video. Pope Francis ought to see this broadcast, particularly Miles saying to the fact that they look to kill the Dalai Lama. I think that's all something that, and I think Pope Francis ought to talk to Cardinal Zen, because I think Cardinal Zen is revered, and for people in Hong Kong that may not understand this, but Cardinal Zen is revered throughout the world as a holy man and a good man. And I would hope that Pope Francis will talk to Cardinal Zen, who I know Cardinal Zen does not agree with and does not think that this is smart to turn over selection of bishops and selection of church elders to the CCP, at the same time really throwing under the bus all the martyrs and everybody's been suppressed and everybody's been tortured for their faith in China.
谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Bannon. Now we're going to show you this video. And at that time, I was very shocked by this video, because the video was actually, at the time that I said that, I thought that President Xi is going to let Dalai Lama return China. And then, but the thing is, Meng Jianzhu told me, well, but the thing is that if Xi Jinping let Dalai Lama return to China, he's not Xi Jinping. So that we know that Xi Jinping who did not want Dalai Lama to come back to China. In fact, not just myself, and the 3 or 4 people actually were here at the time as well. So of course, I understand that Meng Jianzhu did not really want the letter or the video achieve what the purported mission was. He really did not want to let Dalai Lama to return to China. So it shows how diabolical that Xi Jinping is. You know, that he was so devious that he showed one thing and then also thinking about the other thing. And in fact, that if he let Dalai Lama return to China, he would be respected, but yet he did not want to do that. Now, 5 years ago, whatever happened in the China, the political Politburo, it changed the whole world and changed the China. You know, the thing is that we here, I can tell you that you don't understand even 1% of the Chinese politics. You know, but then it shows how horrible it is. That is religion our enemy. Please take a look at this video. Okay, so great. I changed my clothes, and the TV voice must be shut down, right? Okay, my dear friends, you have watched the video. Now we must ask: is religion our enemy? And I must ask you that when we were watching this video, maybe Mr. Bannon and Miss Karen did not change their clothes. I went to change my clothes. You can see that. And I want to ask you, there were friends asking Miss Karen that 3 minutes, Karen, after you watch this video, how do you feel? Is religion truly our enemy?
看起来
From what I see, religion cannot be our enemy. It's because
that faith, and they've been knowing it for years, that faith and the faith that followers have is so much stronger than the faith they have in the party. Now, the people I personally met in China, and every time I went to church on a Sunday, I was lucky enough to talk to them and to realize how much stronger or how just strong their faith is and how much they believe in God, whatever God they have. Now, we were discussing this a couple of days ago. Europeans are religious, or what Mr. Bannon called us cultural religious. So we were born Catholics, we were born Protestant, our parents were, our great-grandparents were. So we don't always realize what it means to suffer to keep that faith. Now, what Chinese people are going through, the persecutions, we just saw it in the video, blood is being shed, because they believe in a God that is not the party, that is not acceptable. Now, what we need to understand, and what I want everyone to understand, is that Chinese people and their faith need to be respected. Now, we just had someone saying that Chinese people are free to believe in whatever they want to believe, which is not true because they're being tortured. Now, no matter what, they still believe. They keep believing. And we need to respect that faith, and we need to respect those martyrs that are being killed and tortured in name of that faith. That video, those pictures are completely unacceptable.
that is why that Mr. Bannon, you can see there's a speaker said that everybody has a freedom of a religion. Now, but the thing is that if they do have a freedom of a religion, then the 1 million, 2 million of Xinjiang people would not be locked up, right? They could go home. And the thing is that why did they have to be locked up? Have you seen any country that who could actually slap people because they have a faith, and then also that the church was burned down? So when you see such a kind of a conflicting lies, and then you can see the government is slapping people, torturing people, arresting people, burning down the place of worship. Can you still believe in the Chinese Communist Party? Can you tell me, Mr. Bannon?
Shows you right there. They have a senior party official come to the microphone and say you're free in this country to be either atheist or theist. You're free to have religious freedom. And then the camera doesn't lie. You've seen, video after video, and Miles and the people at Guo Media could have cut hours of video with this religious oppression, the destruction of churches, the destruction of temples, right? And it's just not Christianity, it's any of the religions, right? And it's even the ancient religions of China, Dao De Jing and others, right, that are suppressed continually. And I think that this is an outrage. The heroism of the Chinese people, and particularly the Chinese believers, of religions across the board. And in this case, Karen and I happen to know the Catholics and the Christians. what she was saying is very powerful, is that here in the West, we take it for granted. We take for granted we can walk right down the street a few blocks from here where we're broadcasting live in Midtown Manhattan. We're only a few blocks away from St. Patrick's Cathedral, the great cathedral here of the Catholic faith, but there are many other Episcopalian, Presbyterian, Methodist, Baptist churches, many Christian churches in this area, many of the great Jewish temples. There's actually a mosque that's not that far away. And people have the freedom to go worship at any time of day and to pray at any time of day. And people in the West kind of take that for granted, right? They take it for granted. Whereas you see the heroes in China, the Chinese people, the common man, old 100 names in China, that the heroism to be able to go and against this suppression, this torture, and you see what they're doing to destruction of churches. I think something happened right before Christmas here in the United States. There was a news report that showed that the 10 Commandments, which was really part of the Jewish faith, that was, Christianity as an offshoot of Judaism. In the Jewish faith, the 10 Commandments that God gave to Moses when he took his people out of Egypt, out of the captivity in Egypt, the 10 Commandments, the first commandment was really a commandment to all people. You shall worship nothing above God. Right? Whether you're Jewish, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Christian, whatever, that there should be nothing above God. And they wanted to take away the first commandment, right? They want to take away the first commandment because President Xi, and others of that radical cadre, right, think there should be something worshipped above God, right? And that is this radical cadre. And that is, they had officials go down and say, we want to take off the first commandment. That is outrageous. That's why you see holy men like the Dalai Lama, the Venerable Dalai Lama, who's lied to consistently. You see this new deal that's been done with the Vatican where they're being lied to already. And then the people at Guo Media cut this video, and I can tell you they could have made a video, if we had time in the broadcast, it would have been an hour long, right, of the suppression of churches, of the destruction of churches, the destruction of places of worship, of police going around and harassing worshipers. So the one thing I would say to the people in China watching this broadcast on New Year's Eve is that you are considered heroes throughout the world. Of the people of faith throughout the world, you're considered heroes in the fact that you go about your daily worship with no freedom, and to put yourself at risk, to put yourself at torture, put yourself and your families to have all your earnings confiscated, your people put in prison, etc. Remember, throughout the rest of the world, people think of you as heroes and really true believers. I mean, we pale in comparison here in the West for our faith because you're under the pressure of really a repressive government, and it's outrageous. And eventually, I think things are going to turn around because people of goodwill throughout the world cannot continue to let this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Bannon. Tell us the most sincere truth. I know that all the believers and the faithful people here, we will stand together with our brothers and sisters in China. We will not forget you. You are our friend, our fellow man, our comrade. Now, we are going to look at some top secret documents of Hong Kong. From these documents demonstrates that Hong Kong is being threatened, under great threat, and CCP had broken up the agreement they reached with United Kingdom, and they are trying to infiltrate Hong Kong, threaten the safety and the financial well-being of Hong Kong. And in fact, this is a threat that they pose to the world. We must understand that the Chinese Communist Party, that they have this diabolical, devious strategy. Let's take a look. Please take a look at the top secret documents of Hong Kong. But we need to look in detail. The first document, 2016 June document. In January, we can see that it's stated in the document that in the 2017 number 92 document, it says that the Central National Security Council Office stated that strengthening the confidentiality of personal identity information of security and law enforcement personnel on entry and exit from Hong Kong to Hong Kong and Macau. That means that we know that the Chinese official can actually go to Hong Kong to exercise some kind of a legal and policing mission. But now we can see the truth. It says that if they these are the law personnel, law enforcement personnel, they can go to Hong Kong and they can stay in Hong Kong, and so that the system, they are going to put in place a system to make sure that all the law enforcement personnel can go to Hong Kong and stay there, and they do not need to go through any more of this kind of the personal identity system. And then so that once these people being recognized that they are from the law enforcement of China, then they will be automatically, naturally permitted to enter and exit without any more of a kind of a barrier. And also that it says that you focus on communicating and coordinating with the Hong Kong and Macau Special Administration Region government. So that is to say that the government of Hong Kong SAR would know about that, and they need to collaborate about that. So at the time that the Xiao Jianhua was being locked up and imprisoned, and then the Hong Kong SAR government said that there was no proof to evidence that Xiao Jianhua was arrested or imprisoned. No one else was like the Communist Party of China, was as diabolical like the China CCP, and no one else is so disappointing as a Hong Kong government SAR, because you see, Mr. Bannon, like he is the counsel for the security of the council in the United States government. He would be aware, he would be made aware of whatever other countries' law enforcement people entering into the country. How can you collaborate? And then like that, only there is this about diabolical CCP would do such a thing. Why do you want to enter and exit without any trace? Why do you want to enter and exit without any identification? And then why, in fact, a lot of people were still being disappeared. A lot of people being imprisoned. Sometimes these people being just arrested or being taken away on the street, and yet several months later that you will see the person making a video in a lockup. You know, the thing is that showing that, oh, they're very happy or something like that. Like Xiao Jianhua 4 years ago, just today, that he was being placed in the Century Hotel and then making a video. And then at the time that he was actually garrisoned by hundreds of people, and then while he was making that video, and no Hong Kong policeman was there, all the Chinese police were there. Can you even feel that kind of thing that is happening, that kind of a risk and danger that faced by the Hong Kong people? Now take a look at the next video, and let's take a look at the next video. Okay, but we can talk about it first. Now this is the second document. You can see that not only that they are secretly deploy this, implementing this law. Now implementing the law meaning that arrest people without law, without the support of a legitimate law, and then they want to do this after Lam Chung-yu's success in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region as the fifth chief executive. Now she has to do this. Your office can gradually escalate the judicial attack against suspected criminal offenders who have committed serious crimes and violating the state law. Now the thing is, I must tell you that Wang Qishan and then Fan Bingbing, these people, that Fan Bingbing will disappear, and then yet that she was a woman and she was a lover of Wang Qishan, and yet that she's disappeared. Is that a crime? And then also that it says that Hong Kong officials who are uncooperative neglect their duties of or even resist such operation will be given necessary warning in the name of HKSAR, will be transferred to the other post, and will be sanctioned administratively if there are serious circumstances or negative consequences caused by someone. The relevant law will be brought against them in the form of lawsuit, as to set an example for all that law is severe and will be enforced. So that all has been said by this. Is that even normal? Is that even legal? Can you even just sentence somebody or sanction somebody without going through the legal system? Here, from what he said here, so if you don't listen, we'll arrest you, we'll kill you. And then if you don't listen to me, then I would actually go through the legal system and try you and then sentence you. But there is no real legal system, because this is actually the Communist Party's legal system. And the Hong Kong people, millions of people, even decades ago, they were actually underground, sending resources and money and items to the Chinese people in China at the time. In fact, that so many people were being gifted by the Hong Kong Chinese people in those days. They were like the spring, the well water in the desert at the time. And yet, now that the Hong Kong people were treated like the lowest of the low, and they were like pigs being pinned. Is there any even conscience? Let's take a look about the next document, the third document. The third document, as we can see, that it is about this guidance on supporting Chinese enterprises to become stronger, bigger, better in Hong Kong. Making better use of Chinese enterprises in Hong Kong. But what it says basically is what? It is to want the Chinese people integrate into the Hong Kong society and helping the Hong Kong business to become stronger and better and bigger. But then let's turn to the page 2. That China is implementing the BR initiative. Why is that? Because they need to turn Hong Kong become a center of money laundering and trying to help renminbi heading to be international currency. But of course, the currency, the renminbi, is fake, all fake. And yet, renminbi internationalized, meaning that to use a fake RMB to launder it and turn that into real Hong Kong money and also the US currency. But in fact, a lot of the Americans did not know that there were 9 trillion of the RMB via Hong Kong and turning the fake RMB into the US currency. And also, take a look at the number 4, page 4. Not only that financially, they are going to help with the fake RMB, they want to, the Chinese business entering into all kinds of different industries, including the petrol, technology, and also that so infiltrate into all the business and turn all the credit rating and the credit system and the loan system infiltrated, and then turn that to work for the CCP and the Chinese state-owned enterprise. And also that to give full play to the role as a party leadership core, political core, strengthen the responsibility of the enterprise party committee to manage the party. So all of that is to help the party to exercise stronger and more severe control in Hong Kong. And then the next page, we can see that provide differentiated guidance to Chinese enterprises, strengthen the building of the associations of Chinese enterprises in Hong Kong, give full play to its role as a platform for contacting and coordinating Chinese enterprises. Basically, it is to, so Hong Kong is going to have underground bank so that can be used to deceive the American enterprise, and then to help the fake renminbi to be international currency, and then so that to create even more fake currency, and then with the one Belt One Road, and then to go from China to Middle East and then to Africa, and then all these Chinese officials and then Chinese businessmen, they only have the visiting visa, and they all will become permanent Hong Kong citizen, and then taking the resources from Hong Kong and infiltrate Hong Kong. So using the Hong Kong visa system, the free entrepot system, and then to utilize the system to channel the RMB, to channel the Chinese business, to export it to the US, to destroy the US economy. On the apparent level, is talking about the integration between Hong Kong and China, and then to help the China entering into the international business platform. And yet they are just using Hong Kong as a way, as a tool, as a vehicle, and exporting BGY. Basically, it is to use sex scandal, and then the monetary system of bribery, and then also that to technology, exercise cyber control to destroy the global financial system. Now that, and also that, and then the number 11, it also says that to strengthen the support of the government, and then so that is to say that a lot of the U.S. business getting into Hong Kong, and they don't know that Hong Kong has already been using the BGY strategy to exercise control of these U.S. business and then U.S. businessmen. So we need to look at all of this, and all of this is going to be trained and then to educate for the Hong Kong officials and Hong Kong businessmen, and they are going to be used by the Chinese cadre, CCP cadre, and then as a vehicle, and to collaborate with the Chinese government. So this is the Chinese central government's document, and that it is to talk about that using the secret police, secret government officials infiltrate into the Hong Kong system widely, broadly, and so there is no more future for Hong Kong, because this is actually not just against Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is just a vehicle being used by the cadre of the CCP, and the real target is to go into the US system. Now, Mr. Bannon, 5 minutes, can you tell me what you think about this Hong Kong CEOs being used as a vehicle? What do you think?
Well, once again, just like we had the letter of the Dalai Lama in the tape, right? And once you translate it and read it, you're shocked. You're shocked to see it. You just saw the video on the religion. This is once again, and I think this is to the execution part of how they're trying to choke down and control Hong Kong. It should be duly noted that every document that Miles shows here is totally contradicting the deal that was signed in 1997. This is totally contradicting the one country, two systems rule. This is choking down and really pulling Hong Kong into one country, one system, right? The Hong Kong Chinese did not have a problem with reuniting and blessing the sovereignty of the motherland of China. That was never an issue. But what was that they were going to have their freedom. These documents are quite frankly stunning, Miles, about how and it's the insidiousness of how they're doing this, and how they're doing this on an execution basis to really choke down freedom in Hong Kong at the highest levels. Clearly sending intelligence officers and law enforcement officers and intelligence officials and military officials and state security officials into Hong Kong as many times as possible with no ability to monitor those. In fact, to actually open the floodgates. And then you see in these other documents, and quite frankly here, the longer documents should be read and reread many times, because this is really the strategic outline of how they're going to implement taking away the one country, two systems. And to me, this is a absolute, these are bad enough. This is an absolute breach of the 1997 Accord, because this shows you in quite a bit of detail how they entail to not just choke down the freedom of Hong Kong, but then to use Hong Kong as an apparatus, to to get into the world's financial system using the great capital markets of Hong Kong, and to internationalize the RMB, which will only be to the detriment of the entrepreneurs in Hong Kong. One other thing I want to mention, Miles, before turning it back over to you and Karen, this also talks about in the underlying premise here is this One Belt, One Road, right? That they're going to use Hong Kong to internationalize the RMB and to use that to push this One Belt, One Road. The question I would have for the people, particularly people in mainland China, the common person, the working people, old hundred names, is why are they spending so much money? Why are they spending so much hard-earned cash reserves, RMB reserves from the people of China to take throughout the entire world? Why are they spending this money in Pakistan? Why are they spending this money in Africa? Why are they spending this money in Latin America? Why are they essentially spending your hard-earned money, right, and spreading it throughout the world in projects that you have very little, if nothing, to do with, right? These are all infrastructure projects, and they promise, oh, it's going to all be done and created by people in China. That's not what's happening. What's happening is that you are putting your money out there, your hard-earned money. They're putting that money out there into these projects that looks like they can't even pay back the debt. Employment in China is not being helped. Wages in China is not being helped. Living conditions in China are not being helped. It would seem to me, as just an observer, an outside observer, that there's so many capital needs in China. There's so much improvements that need to be done in China. There's so many, development programs that need to be done in China, whether that's in agriculture, in industry, in modernizing technology, that money should be used for that. And yet you have an entire game plan here to not just take away the freedom of the people in Hong Kong, but to use that as an instrument to promulgate this One Belt, One Road system, which is this radical idea that they want to basically grab power throughout the rest of Asia, through the rest of the Southern Asian continent, into Sub-Saharan Africa, and then over to the Caribbean and Latin America. And my question would be, and for the people and the common man and the old hundred names in China, ask one basic question: how does this benefit me? How does my life get better? Why is all this cash going out of China and going throughout the world and using Hong Kong, and at the same time enslaving the people in Hong Kong, tearing up the deal that we had, and then using Hong Kong as an instrument to do this? It's quite outrageous. It also shows you the insidious nature of the way these people, of this radical cadre thinks, right? Whether it's in Hong Kong, Taiwan, the Dalai Lama, the Catholic Church, their dealings with the West, and particularly the United States, and now this kind of global plot. And this is not a conspiracy theory, right? I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but Miles, you've shown the documents, and this will be up on the Guo Media site later. You should just read the documents. These are the documents. You just read them, and you make your own decision.
谢谢班农先生。
Thank you, Mr. Bannon. And it is really that it is in exchange of these document. These are top secret document. In fact, that they are actually we received that with a lot of risk. In fact, a lot of our comrades actually got arrested. Tens of people, hundreds of people being arrested, and a lot of their property confiscated, and just because that they are helping us. Now that we're looking at the Taiwan issue, we are going to look at the Taiwan document. And for this Taiwan issue, it's the same thing that the CCP is rule Taiwan, hoping to rule Taiwan by the dark force, by the police, by the infiltration. So let's take a look. Now, this is the Taiwan document. It says here, it is talking about this document that the Taiwan's legislation. It says that decision of the General Office of the CCP Central Committee regarding the establishment of a leading group for the supervision of anti-secession activity. And then also it says that according to the approval of the central government, that the Taiwan leaders and the public opinion representatives, the Democratic Progressive Party won both the top leader of the Taiwan region position and the majority of the legislative body, will face challenges from the Taiwan Authority. That is to say that even though that the DPP won, and then the Chinese government, the CCP, is going to make sure they will be challenged. And so they are selling out Taiwan. And then the Kuomintang, they really, you know, that they really are really bad party. They would fight in the parliament and then with the DPP, and then they're doing all kind of outrage behavior. But then from here we see that it is actually a strategy that reinforced by the Chinese government. They are made to do such a thing, and also that and then we can see that from this document that it says that the Taiwan will be using the BGY strategy following the instruction of the CCP cadre, and then to challenge and then to infiltrate the Taiwan's authority. And it also that. And then it also said that, you know, the office of the lead group of the supervision of anti-secession activity is located at the Central Taiwan Affair Office, undertake the daily work of lead group. And then so that the assignment of the lead group member shall be proposed by the member offices to the lead group office and approved by the group leader. And you can see the members, they were joining Cheng Guo, 还有是许国英. And so you see that this is actually under the instruction of the National Security Committee and then also the political committee. So there is really no more structure in the Chinese government and the CCP. In fact, that the only people who are having authority is Xi Jinping, Wang Qishan, and the small number of the cadre. And they are exercising the rule Hong Kong by black force, rule Hong Kong by police, and also that they exercise the complete infiltration in the Taiwan and Hong Kong. So they view Hong Kong and Taiwan as part of the China, and it is scary, really. And then because you can see that. And then in fact that we are going to have some video, but then I'm not going to show the video because I have some member that's asking me that because they are risking their life, and so that is why that we cannot play those video. But the thing is that next time that we are going to actually play that still. But the thing is that because we understand that a lot of the communist strategy is to try to nurture the younger generation of the people who go against the Tsai Ing-wen and also the DPP. Now, but I am going to ask Mr. Bannon that at the time he was U.S.-Taiwan relations critical member, so that he is a U.S. official, and then even prior to the Trump government, and he was actually he's one of the representatives to actually have negotiation with Taiwan, and then also Yang Jianshi actually had the meeting with Mr. Bannon, and then they are talking about that how they view Taiwan. And Mr. Bannon was the critical person and privy to a lot of the details. And yet that when we understand that the CCP, when they want to distract the Chinese people, they would talk about that they're going to attack Taiwan. And then if they really attack Taiwan, then what US is going to do? Are they going to support you for Taiwan? Because the CCP must attack Taiwan, then they would actually gain the sovereignty. What do you think, Mr. Bannon? If truly the CCP attack Taiwan, what US is going to do? Straightforwardly, briefly, tell me. Do you think that US is going to completely engage and to help Taiwan?
The disturbing thing, let's go back to the document for a second, then I'll answer the question. It's a united front, and what's so disturbing about this document, Miles, is once again, as soon as the Taiwan people show any openness to have any sort of independence or any sort of their own opinion, automatically there is a whole set program to observe them very closely with government officials for a period of a year. And so it shows you that anybody at all that wants to have any kind of freedom, anybody that all wants to have any type of self-determination, immediately the apparatus comes in and steps down. Look, the American people have a great bond with the Taiwan people. We've had that now for for 50, 60, 70 years. I think the number one question is that we have to monitor the infiltration of the United Front groups into Taiwan, and we have to look at this very closely, that if anything was to happen, and I believe as the economic situation deteriorates in mainland China, and that will be brought about because of the radical cadres' the way that they're running the country financially, the way that there's so much corruption in the system, and they're the ones that are doing the corrupting, the way you got this one belt, one road, which is taking the hard-earned resources in cash and capital of the Chinese people and really throwing it out through the world. And I think you're just burning it in wheelbarrows, right? Because there's all these projects that don't make any sense. You're not going to get the capital back. It's not creating jobs in China. As you start to have a deteriorating financial situation, there's going to be pressure by the radical element of CCP to try to enforce something on Taiwan. I believe you'll see the American people. The American people have a great bond with the Taiwan people, a great bond with the Chinese that are in Taiwan, and I don't think there's any doubt that the United States, and you've seen this today with President Trump, you can read in the paper every day, read in the South China Morning Post, there's 2 carrier battle groups that are now going from the South China Sea through the Straits of Taiwan, and I think it shows you a re-engagement of the United States of America, and quite frankly, the entire West in the South China Sea, in the Straits of Taiwan, and a great involvement. And I think that this is one of the hot spots in the world, and I think it's being driven by what's going to be the deteriorating financial condition of mainland China, brought on by the radical cadres' bad financial policy, and also this one belt, one road, where they're really taking the wealth of China, and I think not just spreading it around the world, kind of burning it in all these projects that don't make sense. They're not going to return any capital back. It's not going to return any jobs to the people in China. It's going to be a total debacle, and this is 100% the work of President Xi, and 100% the work of Wang Xishan. And so, yes, for the people in Taiwan, I think you should know that you've got a great friend in the people of the United States of America.
是的, thank you, Mr. Bannon, showing us clearly about U.S. attitude. Later on, that we are going to have more information. Now, the second climax of our broadcasting, we were talking about Kim Jong-un and also Kim Yo-jong, their problem. You see, previously, we know that the CCP deceived Hong Kong people, Dalai Lama, and then Taiwan people, and they deceive that the whole world and the Chinese people, and that they use as WTO accession cheat the U.S., and then keep on talking about the trade negotiation and talking about that Huawei always have their own self-proprietary developed technology. They never stole any technology. All of that, in the mouth of the CCP, they changed the entire history of mankind. But the thing is that we know in truth, does CCP have truth, have facts, have integrity? So that I asked Kim Jong-un and then Kim Yo-jong, I need you to look at these documents. In the past decades, do you understand what is the most important thing? You need the U.S. And then, you know, you trusted CCP. CCP, do you think they are really loyal to you, North Korea? After you look at the coming up document, that you understand the threat CCP to you, you imagine, do you want to be the second Dalai Lama? Do you want to become the second Chinese people, the second US, being deceived by the Chinese CCP cadre? And, you know, take a look. You need to think about your own safety. There are a lot of the annex documents I can actually send to your home. In fact, that these documents, I can even send my friend to take the document to you. The thing is that please take a look at this document. Now, this document is an Elliot Brody's document. He sent to the Attorney General Jeff Sessions at a time. And from this document is very significant that it mentioned about the Jolo and the IMDb Malaysian and Malaysian bank, and at the time that the son of Meng Jianzhu given the Elliot Brody the 75 million. Okay, but then in fact that in the long term it could become billion. You see that in May 21st he met Shun Lijun, and also that Xu Jianduo, that is the internet director, and also Wang Xidian and the security director, and then also the Paul Abate. So that in fact that they met with Shun Lijun, and then in fact that Shun Lijun was the same person who come to my New York home to meet with me, and then so of course I talked to Shun Lijun, and then they met with Elliot Brody, and then so this is different levels of a conversation happening, and then yet that in May 21st they met with Bruno Wu, Elliot Brody, and then also the Shun Lijun, and Elliot Brody come back to talk to the Jeff Sessions at the time that they have made the greatest commitment. That is to, they said that the China committed to actually return the 63,000 of the spies and intelligence personnel that they arrested in the past. And then also, they are going to provide the Kim Jong-un and also Kim Yo-jong their bank account information in Macau. So I must tell you, Kim Jong-un and then Kim Yo-jong, can you even imagine this is what Wang Qishan and then Sun Lijun, Meng Jianzhu, that is what they told officially to the U.S. people. Can you imagine that? And also that you can see those two people that come representing the U.S. And then they said that they are going to release also 200 of this prisoner, and also that they are going to work with them on the cyber internet, and also that they are going to also release 60,000 of these people, and the condition is to repatriate Miles Guo, and they are going to provide your information to the U.S. officials. Can you imagine that while that you are still thinking that they're working together with Chinese CCP, they have turned rogue, and they have already meeting with the U.S. officials. In fact, that you must understand that the Sun Lijun is the political and the legal committee's director. They are the people who will actually host you when you go to China, and all of your information they know, and then including that your bio identification and features, and even when you go to the bathroom, they know. And then they can already send those information to the Justice Department. So that while that you are drinking the $1 million Mai Tai with the CCP cadre, while that you are trusting the cadre of the rogue government, that you are talking about brotherly love, that you are trusting the fraternity that you establish with the cadre, they are selling you down the drain. They are selling they are ready to sell all your document and your information to the U.S. just to repatriate me back to China. And the U.S. government, former White House officials, they were here. He can prove that. And then so that not only that in July and then in September they have another talk talking about sending your information to the U.S. So you must wonder, have they just sent it to the U.S.? Maybe they are sending it to the Europe, to the UK, to other countries. So I must tell you, if you are collaborating with China, you are entering into your demise. You are heading towards your own peril. You need to look at the precedent set to you by Hong Kong, Taiwan, and then Dalai Lama, no matter what they say, they will turn it into the rule. And then the thing is how much money that you can give to the CCP cadre. US can give more. So because this country does not have faith, does not have religion, so they don't have integrity. So what is your value to such a government? And so that anything that Miles Guo, any day Miles Guo return to China, that they are ready to sell you out to the US. So that now last year, May, June, July, that was they. You know, when the time that you were at your best with China in terms of relationship, they are ready to sell you to the US. So whenever China is talking to you, you must beware. You must be vigilant. So in fact that you must ask them, have you paid them the money to repatriate Miles Guo? Did you you should ask them. You should ask them, have they paid? You know, the thing is that otherwise that you are selling not only your own family, you are selling out your sister, you are selling out your own country. In fact, that they are using 63,000 of the spies, and then also the 200 of the criminals, and then also that they are giving out all these millions or hundreds of millions of money to the US. And how much? And then only to repatriate me and your information. So that is why that you must really respect your own ancestor. So I must thank you all for this assistance. Now, Mr. Bannon, you see this document and mention the people mentioned in there. They were your friend. They were known to you. So what do you think that the CCP cadre, the rogue government, is playing the North Korea? What do you think?
So, let me get to the North Korea thing in a second, but I think this document is very important. Once again, people ought to study this. This is going to be a huge exploding scandal in this coming year of Jolo. And Jolo is clearly an individual who worked with, I think, agents of influence from China to essentially steal from the Malaysian people. This is a $5 billion sovereign wealth fund, a $5 billion sovereign wealth fund that people, that somehow Goldman Sachs looks like they took $600 million of fees out of. There's several $1 billion that is missing out of this fund, and people don't, right now there's a huge scandal on how that happened, what Goldman Sachs knew about it, what type of due diligence they did on it, and that'll be developing over the next year. But this scandal deals with a record producer, a female record producer of Chinese descent, who's in Hollywood, also film production that was paid for out of this fund. It's an absolute scandal of how many billions of dollars were essentially stolen from the Malaysian people to go into this fund, how much fees and other theft that Goldman Sachs did in regards to this fund. There's also a scandal of a member of the United States Justice Department. For the first time ever, there's a gentleman named Higginbotham who has now entered into a plea agreement that has basically said that he was an agent working as an agent, it looks like maybe even of the Chinese intelligence services, or somehow associated with the Malaysian, the Chinese that were dealing with the Malaysians. And it looks like Higginbotham, I think, took up to $70 million, right, to betray his country. So this scandal is beginning to metastasize in the United States as coverage you see from people in the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, and others. New York Times are starting to focus on this. It's huge. The aspect I would say, and look, I've argued for a long time that North Korea is nothing but a vassal state of the CCP. And you can't look at North Korea as anything separately. I've argued this for many, many years, that when we look at any kind of treaty with North Korea, we look at anything to do with North Korea, it's really China and CCP, particularly the radical cadre, that calls the shots. But here, what's so blatant is that the people working with this Malaysian fund, and we're spreading this money around and trying to influence people in the United States government, they automatically talk about, in order to try to get Miles, they talk about what they could do. Number one is about the 60,000 essentially criminals that have overstayed their visas or somehow gotten to the United States that China has refused to take back. This is a huge part of contention for United States negotiations, that we want these criminals out, and the Chinese government has refused to take them. That's actually offered up. It's also offered up that the vassal state, I think, of North Korea, your entire financial records and where you keep your money and where you keep your gold and all that is going to be offered up also. And there's many other things, including working on cybersecurity, which the Chinese government has refused to do. So this document, once again, is explosive to show that the nature and level of this scandal that is brewing. And to Miles's point, you know, whether it's Hong Kong, Taiwan, Tibet, the Dalai Lama, the Catholic Church, anybody that enters into any kind of agreement, and you know, I think North Korea is a vassal state of the CCP. You see here, to get what they want in other regards, they're prepared to offer up. But I would say that everybody on mainland China should understand that there is another money laundering scheme to take wealth out of your country and to funnel it through Malaysia and then out to the world's capital markets. That's going to be enormously controversial. And that is this Jolo situation. And it'll reach to Hollywood, it'll reach to the record industry, and it'll reach to extensive money laundering. So once again, I think today, whereas Miles and the Guo media personnel have put up many, many documents, this is one of the ones that's most shocking. But it shows that when the CCP wants something, they're prepared to trade out everything. Karen, I don't know your reaction to this. I know it's pretty stunning, particularly to see, and you should understand, this gentleman Higginbotham in the U.S. Justice Department, I believe, is the first time an American has ever really, in the Justice Department, sold out his country for money. In Higginbotham's case, I think it comes to almost $70 million of money they got through. But like I said, the scandal is just now coming to light, and I know the Wall Street Journal has investigative teams, and New York Times and other people. There'll be much more in this scandal as it unfolds that will tie together Washington, D.C., Hollywood, Kuala Lumpur, and also people working out of Beijing.
And also think about all those other organizations, both in Europe and the United States, that we know or we don't know about, where the CCP was able to infiltrate and control. Now, I won't give any names, but we have a lot of different companies, enterprises in California with a lot of information from users.
Yes.
Now, who knows who's behind those?
I think Karen brings up a great point, and what the point is that this scandal started as simply Jolo, right? And Jolo was this young figure in Malaysia who, quite frankly, appeared very immature. He was kind of a junior varsity Bruno Wu, right? He was a guy that was in Hollywood. It was a guy that was kind of dancing around the margins of things and was not taken very seriously. But he raised a sovereign wealth fund of, I think, $5 billion, right? It was of the Malaysian people's money. Goldman Sachs did some bond offerings. We now find out through reporting of the Wall Street Journal and others, it turns out, I think Goldman Sachs took $600 million of fees out without doing due diligence who's really in back of this. This is very much along the lines of the H&A scandal that Miles broke, in the fact of, you know, you have an entity you think is a sovereign wealth fund. Then all of a sudden you realize that Jolo is somehow connected to maybe intelligence apparatus or people in Beijing. There may be a money laundering situation here. You then get to Hollywood, and where Jolo has been putting money into Hollywood films. This film, The Wolf of Wall Street, which Leo DiCaprio was in, was about this scandal on Wall Street. That you've had, that then all of a sudden you realize there's a whole nother element to this, that there's a female record producer who may be a Chinese intelligence asset that's involved in this. All of a sudden you see that they've reached into the Justice Department, that there's a system of really corruption in the Justice Department. They pay a guy $70 million. You see then that it's also tied in when the Justice Department reaches an agreement. They put out a press release, and in the press release, like the last paragraph of it, is part of it's dealing with Miles Guo, and then it's uncovered this memo that says to get Miles Guo, they're prepared, the Chinese are prepared to do something they've never even considered, and that's the 60,000. Think of that for a second. There's 60,000 criminals in U.S. custody Chinese criminals that the Chinese government, quite frankly, said, hey, we don't want them back. They're bad guys, right? You keep them in your jails, and it's a bit of big bone contention. They're prepared to take that and to sell out their vassal state, the North Koreans. And I think Miles brings a great point. North Korea, if you think it's good being a vassal state of the CCP, look, they're prepared to serve you up at the notice. My point is that this scandal with Jolo, and to Karen's point, you don't know even all the parts. Every day, another, you peel back another layer of the onion, and you see another thing that's so amazing. I think you're going to see a lot more of this, and I think the H&A case is the same thing, of which Karen was one of the investigators and thing, that you get a case, and the next thing you know, you peel back the onion, and it's got an international conspiracy dealing with Interpol, dealing with money laundering, dealing with influence peddling throughout the financial capitals of the world. It's one of the things I think Guo media, by the way, the reason that they're trying to they're offering everything up here, if you read this part of the paragraph at the bottom, Miles Guo, is that they don't want entities like Guo Media or individuals like Miles Guo, and they believe there's probably other whistleblowers in China who would ever get out, would also start to investigate, would also start to whistleblow like Miles does, that would talk about all that the anti-corruption entity and apparatus run by Wang Xishan is essentially a money laundering influence and a total corruption operation. And so I think that's why this thing is so scandalous. And I think it's why, and it also proves the point that anybody that's in business with these guys, and this is what it shows the Koreans, North Koreans, if you think you're in business and you're protected, you got another thing coming, because the only thing they care about is their own wealth, how much money they can steal. And I would say this too about to the people out there that see this broadcast in the countries that are at the receiving end of One Belt, One Road. The working people underneath the elites are being bought off. Understand that this One Belt, One Road is not to make your life better. This One Belt, One Road is just another money laundering operation to buy off your elites, just like here in the Malaysian situation, to buy off your elites, to empower them, to enrich them, and to make your life more subservient. And so that's why I think this document is another one that blows your head up, Miles, when you read it.
So, Mr. Bannon, you just mentioned about you have a good analysis about North Korea, especially, and also the current the situation, and Wang Qishan and all the CCP, and the very few members for their own family's benefit, and they can betray. They can use the Malaysia's people's money and signed and billions of dollars of contract. This is very scary, and this is the biggest news in the Western society. Have one country, one belt, one road in the one, and to buy their infrastructure, and the price is 2 times, 3 times. So Chinese government said, we give you 50% discount. Before that, they owe them 50% of the money and one road. And you sell, and also combine with many countries, Malaysia or Middle Eastern countries. So they only do that for their own benefit. Without CCP's support, they cannot do anything. So this is so the Jolo is nothing to do with it. Jolo is closer than your parents. Jolo is nothing to do with the Chinese people. Sunni Jin and Wang Qishan. Many people die, sacrificed because of this project. They sell it to the United States, and the exchange. Then I have the name of being the betrayer. There's I have only 3 minutes of the leaving the power. So
and don't let it be that Jolo is kind of a clown, right? He is kind of a clown. Forget the fact. I mean, it's a thing that they would put a clown and funnel all this money through, and all the financial institutions of the West would look the other way. This is about the international, Goldman Sachs and others, tied up in the H&A scandal, tied up in the Jolo scandal. You know, the elites are supposed to be so elite, you live like slaves, right? And the elites are supposed to be so elite, and look at what they do. This Jolo thing is outrageous, okay? Who is going to get the $2 billion of hard-earned money of the Malaysian people back to them? I want the Malaysian people and the overseas Chinese living in Malaysia to ask as much development as Malaysia, as they, yeah, the scandal of literally stealing money, money laundering it to themselves. This is outrageous, and it's international. These scandals of H&A, of Anban Insurance Company, of Jolo could not happen unless they have the collaboration of the major financial institutions in the world. And that's the scandal that I hope we're going to talk later in the program about how we're going to do this. But this thing is outrageous at every level. At the American Higginbotham who betrayed his country and took $70 million, of these other people like Elliot Brody that all come out over time, of the Bruno Wu's of the world, of the Jolos of the world, of the people that empowered Jolo in the Hollywood and other places, of the female record producer that I think will be eventually looked at as a Chinese intelligence asset. And then if you're on the receiving end of it, and the North Koreans should read this in great detail, I keep saying you're a vassal state. This proves you're a vassal state because as soon as they want something, you're the ones getting thrown under the bus. So this is I can't wait to 2019 and Miles, as you are so wont to do, to dig up more documents so that we can follow this. But you know, you can see this in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, as this scandal unfolds. But it's pretty huge.
刚才班农先生啊，大家后面都在鼓。
Mr. Beno, what you just mentioned, thank you all your information. What you true is the best. So we really didn't say anything, and we just do this spontaneously. So truth can touch people. So I really feel good about what you said. So this really, Jolo not just cheated on millions of dollars, billions of dollars. This is a disaster for the nationality of Malaysia. The participants are who? American Goldman Sachs and a lot of elite company from the United States. So, dear friends, how can they achieve their goal? They are working for the CCP. Kim Jong-un, they're also working with the CCP. Right now it's midnight almost midnight in China. So we want to wish many friends in China, wish you a Happy New Year. And we have Karen that wish you Happy New Year for she can 5 minutes for you. So the past 3 hours, we discussed a lot of serious topics. We talk about religion and country and politics, and we told you what is true, what is lie, and this gentleman on my right, he has enough wisdom to tell us, experience to tell us our goal. What is our goal? I like to elaborate more about going forward that our goal will be. And I wish you happy. I talk about this with my Chinese friend many times. My friend asked me, Karen, are you happy? Are you really happy? How can you achieve happiness? What is happiness means? So to simplify, I'm here now. I want to do what I want to do. Then for me, it's a happiness. It's impossible. This is impossible. How can you do whatever you like to do? I was born in 1990s. I have a lot of dream. I have a lot of dream when I was young. I want to be an immigration officer, and a lot of choices. Not so many people support me when I was young, but it doesn't matter. All my choices, I did what I want to do. Um, a lot of people like New Year resolution. Many people want to lose weight, want to like get rid of addictions, and for me, I hope that everyone can find. You want to do ways, so you want to pursue happiness. Uh, you listen to your heart, and live a happy life, and not so many people know what they want. Just be yourself. And you want to get married, just go ahead and get married. You just find whatever you. So like find when someone's rich, you want to find someone has a car. Do you,
So that tomorrow that you're going to, if you want to travel, then you should travel. And in fact, that my boyfriend said to me that he needs to go to Thailand, and I feel like, yeah, if you want to go, then go. If you want to learn English, German, do that. Do what you really want to do. So never mind about BMW or houses, okay?
是，就
Thank you, Karen. Very true. And I hope all the people born from the 90s don't just bought out by the materialism, blinded your own mission and your thought. And you need to be truthful. You need to be kind. And our news breaking, we always promote truth and kind, and then also love, because these are the three elements that the best weapon to kill the CCP. Now, and Mr. Bannon, how about give you 8 minutes and to give some good wishes to the Chinese people?
All my life, I have had a deep love and affection for China and the Chinese people and Chinese culture, Chinese civilization. I went over there as very young, in my 20s, as a naval officer, and it's been quite a time for me to be involved with the Chinese people, and now at another level as one of the leaders of the populist movement throughout the world, and something of building. I think for the coming year, and I realize that it's a night of celebration, it's a night of looking forward, but I do want to be very blunt with the Chinese people I have a great affection for. I believe there's a great darkness that's coming over China and the Chinese people. I come from a very humble blue-collar working-class roots here in the United States. Like I said earlier, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my father were all working men with the telephone company in very relatively low-paying jobs, and my parents afforded me the opportunity to eventually not just go into the Navy and be a naval officer, but to go to the great universities here in the West, Georgetown and Harvard, and be able to work at places like Goldman Sachs and eventually in the White House. The one thing I want to say and reiterate is that I think that this kind of radical cadre of the CCP, with what they're doing with social control, with what they're doing with social media, with what they're doing with artificial intelligence, is starting to suppress and enslave the Chinese people. And I hope that this year is a year that you understand, the Chinese people should understand, you have many, many, many friends, not just governments, but you have many friends that have tremendous goodwill for the people of China, great fondness for the people of China, great love for the people of China, right? That's not just the overseas Chinese that have gone and done such a great job throughout the world and have been such a great participants here in the United States and have been great citizens in the United States and helped build the United States. But you have many other people in Europe, in the United States, that care very, very much about what's going to happen to you in the years ahead. And I think one of the things that we're dedicating ourselves to, the friends of the Chinese people, the friends of Old 100 Names, is we're committed to make 2019 a year of action. There's been enough talk about this. Now it's time to take action to help the Chinese people free themselves from really this gathering darkness. And so I hope that in a time of really suppression, and a time of increasing darkness, and a time of increasing enslavement of the Chinese people, that you will get to see that there are people in the West that are prepared to dedicate themselves, to dedicate their resources, to dedicate really their lives to help you reach the freedom, the self-determination that you deserve. And so I think that 2019, I couldn't look more forward to the continuing investigations, the continuing actions that we're going to take to expose this to the world and to eventually break that bondage that you're under. So I can't think to be more in a time of very difficult times in China. I think that it's always, as they say in the West, it's always darkest before the dawn. But I think the dawn's going to be breaking in 2019, and then when we have total sunlight and transparency, the Chinese people will eventually be free.
So you just saw Karen and also Mr. Karen's our best wishes to our friends in China, and we're very touched by that. So I'm very touched by that and very excited. And also the CCTV, they are brainwashing you. They are not sincere. So all the programs in China, you have to touch your conscience. And when you participate in this film festival, so you are being brainwashed or not. What price you pay for it? So what do you think your program can change the life of Chinese people? Are you telling the truth? So will you feel good about yourself when you're doing the program in China? And a lot of people fall into the darkness and far away from the truth. So when you stay on the stage, so the woman, you have to pay the price. And to kiss those men who are older than you and your father's age. So you have no shame. So many carrots. So this is a very shameful situation. So a lot of gentlemen. So they are being preyed by other people. They pay a lot of money to be on the program. So they pay a lot of money to be on the stage. It's a mafia. So you spend a lot of money to go to the Spring Festival Gala. Many people watching this program. Who are watching those people? Many people watching the program, and located in northeast provinces, Xinjiang or Ningxia province. So Chinese Spring Festival Gala, many people watching it. It's a brainwashing program. It's a criminal program. And people will realize, and is Spring Festival Gala is an evil program because of what you said. And also, what we saw today, many people, like Karen studied in China, and in 1990s, she studied in Nankai University, and she studied Chinese. And also, she had a boyfriend who was from Henan province. So Mr. Bannon, he went to China when he was really young, went to Hong Kong. And he is also single. He's not married. So this is a shame. If you have a Chinese wife or you have a Chinese husband, that would be great. So you too should work on it. Should work hard. So from this, we can see they've been to China. They understand China. They like Chinese cuisine. And Mr. Cannon, Bannon, he had a Chinese dumplings. He loved Chinese food. Our music. So select by Mr. Bannon. We choose other music. No, no, no. He said we need this music. So like days ago, we have some rehearsals, and spent 3 hours. It took him 3 hours, and to choose this music. Karen, she was so nervous. She couldn't sleep last night. So they are really sincere. They don't hate Chinese. They love, they are passionate about Chinese. You see, Mr. Bannon, when he see his view, he was so passionate about me. So she respect me so much. They don't hate me. They love me so much. So CCP, they create the hatreds. They said, you overthrown the landowners, you cannot be the king. So they try to create the hatreds. They want to create the hatreds. We hate Tibet, hate Xinjiang. They don't allow people from Xinjiang to stay in the hotel. This is really a mafia. But Xinjiang, 1 billion, a lot of people in Xinjiang, they are in jails. So in the holidays, millions of people were in jail in Xinjiang. We will talk about, we were so excited what we talked about yesterday. So CCP, they create sudden hatreds. They want Chinese people to hate U.S. and American doing things and to hurt themselves. So a lot of Chinese people think that President Trump is a fool. So they criticize President Trump. You can see a lot of media. So what's wrong? What's wrong with Mr. President Trump? So the negotiation, they accuse him be a liar. So you criticize American citizen. He's a liar. He's a mafia. And what's wrong with Trump? And what's wrong with Trump? Trump this, Trump that. So many medias in China, they don't have any positive views about President Trump. I haven't seen that before. They used this word to describe that President Trump. And Wang Qishan in the meeting. So he criticized President Trump is a fool. He's a joke. So they criticize Americans, criticize President Trump. How can you see a leader from a country criticize American presidents? So CCP creates hatreds. You are my enemy. You're either my enemy or you be my friend. So the way they treated Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-un. So they invite them to China, have a party and a meeting, and give them all the information sell to the about United States, to sell about everything about the American society to North America. I'm the liar. So the liar doesn't worth this much money. So not only they do that to Malaysia. So they are doing something with African countries. In China, we have millions. We have a lot of friends in China, millions of friends in China, Xinjiang's people, and also people from Tibet. And they cheated also Tibetan people.
In the past 4 years, CCP made me look like a rapist, a liar, and a pauper. And yet, in 2 years, I can demonstrate to you that I did not create those news. I did not make fake news. And the Malaysian government, they lost the money. Was it fake? Jolo make all this money. Was it a joke? And then Wang Qishan, Meng Jianzhu, Sun Lijun, these people meeting the U.S. officials, are they fake? Are they a lie? And then so that they want to use U.S. as a vehicle to actually destroy North Korea. Is that real? I told you, I never had money. Now that you know, the thing is that you saw that I'm changing clothes, and they did not have, they did not change clothes, right? And they are poor. Mr. Bannon only wear one pair of trousers. He has no money. But the thing is that I show you, I'm changing clothes. I'm not poor because I am not actually getting rich because I am a rogue. I am not a rapist. I am not a liar, and I did not take 1 penny from the CCP, and I did not back down from the CCP. I did not bribe from the CCP. And then they are actually prosecuting me with more than 100 of a complaints, and then they have not one complaint actually got to me. And then they took me 113 billion of asset, and they took my 270 employee, and then they imprisoned 18 of my family. In fact, that my mother and my father, they were actually sitting in front of a TV. And the thing is that they were actually garrisoned by the Chinese officials. They lost their liberty. In that Pangu, my plaza had always be monitored, and then my employee being threatened, and then also that my female employee being taken to the police station, being stripped naked and standing there for a whole day, and then such shameful experience for them. And my employee were forcefully made to leave their office. In fact, that my family, always being threatened by the people that they sent to follow them by Bruno Wu, and then all these people. But what can I do? What can I do? I believe God is just. Only that we destroy the cadre of CCP, we can return the freedom and rule of law to the Chinese people. I completely believe that God had given us this opportunity because this is what we deserve. We deserve to win. We deserve to have a rule of law. We deserve to have the freedom of religion. And then that is why China is the most peaceful country, and we are actually acting for the interests of the 1.4 billion of population. We cannot possibly under the control by just the cadre of the CCP, and then being played in their hand. And then we are not all idiots. We are not all foolish, and so that such game should be ended. This is the era of the internet. This is an era of the social media. We cannot be suppressed by the mafia, kidnapped and threatened by such a dark power. We have millions of Mr. Bannon and millions of Miss Karen. They will be standing to us, and they all know the truth, and then God will definitely award us the winning, and then to get rid of the CCP, and getting rid of the CCP, and then we will definitely getting rid of the CCP. We will have them taken down, and then we will destroy them, and we will have them completely disappeared. We all believe that the CCP in 2019 disappeared. Do you agree, Mr. Bannon? Do you agree, Karen? 100.
是因为我们在这儿。
That is the reason why we're here. Okay, my dear friends and my Chinese friend, we are now entering into the new year. So to destroy the cadre of CCP is our biggest wish. To eliminate the CCP, I don't think there is any more choice. That for myself, for my friend, for my family, for my employee, I thank you because of you that I am here. And then my father cannot stand up, and then my mother is losing her memory, and then my younger brother died, and my other brother was imprisoned. But Miles Guo, my mission, I don't really want to be just a businessman. The Miles of the past has died. I have no money. I have no wealth. But I would not be bought by the CCP. I must actually answer to my younger brother who died 29 years ago. I have vowed that I will eliminate the cadre of the CCP. No matter what happens, that I will make that happen. Or for the past 29 years, whatever I can do, I would do to realize this mission. Use my capability. I make this vow to God that I will take down the CCP. In 2019, if Miles Guo cannot eliminate CCP, I will disappear from this world. I reiterate everything, just the beginning now. In fact, that we have not even entered into the essential part of our mission. But I believe that God is just unfair. 7 billion of people cannot possibly just a plaything in the palm of the CCP, the rogue CCP. I cannot believe that the Chinese people will be raped by the rogue CCP for another 70 years. Our children need to have a society ruled by law. Our elderly and our people need to have the freedom of faith and religion. Only we can give people the freedom of faith and religion, that we can resolve and the problem brought to us by the pollution of nature. Only in China that we exercise the rule of law, fairness, freedom of religion, that we can enjoy fairness and justice. Only that we can see the just and the freedom of religion and rule of law, then we can really enjoy our life. And that only eliminating the rogue CCP, that we can enjoy the rule of law and to have peace. And then so that with these One Belt One Road and all these kind of projects cannot really give us wealth, cannot make us affluent. Police is incapable to turn China become a trustworthy nation. Material and money cannot make us safer. In the world, in US, the West, they understand strongly that the necessity to eliminate the rogue cadre of CCP, because they are the kleptocrats. They have kidnapped our people, our wealth, and that we need to stand up together, work together, and to endure together, that we can achieve this aim. So we must say no to the kleptocrats. We must say no to the rogue cadre of CCP. We must continue to say no to be kidnapped by the CCP. We must take action in 2019. It is the time to change our history, the course of our history. Truly, that we must stand up. Without the rogue cadre of CCP, that we have new China. Thank you very much. That I wish you all well in 2019. Happy New Year. Xing Nian Kuai Le. That is Happy New Year. And for 1.4 billion of people and friends, I wish you good health, happiness in 2019. Without the role cadre of the CCP, then we can be safe, we can have peace, we can have happiness, we can have the freedom of religion. I will not ask that you have good fortune, because even if you are in prison, you have good fortune, and it's a lie. So you must have happiness, you must have health, and you must have the freedom of speech and religion and the rule of law. And so in 2019, I wish you all safe and peace, and only by eliminating the role cadre of CCP that we can achieve that. Now, we still have some more video and things coming up. I'm too excited to play this video for you. Disappearance cannot continue. Today, we just stepped over into the year of pig. 2019, we have played this video. In fact, several days ago, Mr. Banner strongly urged us to play this video. And so at his request, and also continue with at 11:20, that we add many personnel into this video, because that is the reason that we actually have establish the rule of law. We cannot let such thing happen again. These people disappeared. Now, of course, if they committed a crime, we need to try them according to the system, our justice system. But yet, CCP with the rule, the regulation set up by themselves, that they disappear these people, that cannot be acceptable. Now, that according to Wang Qishan days ago, there are so many people who need to be shot to death. Now, because so that our party, that we respect the rule of law, so that is why there's so many people to be kept alive. Now, isn't that a talk of a hooligan? That is a big liar. This is completely a lie. Are you talking about that 200,000 people that being shot dead? If they committed a crime, that I tell you, Wang Qishan committed a crime too, and then So don't you think that they actually committed a crime? The thing is that Wang Qishan make those 500 people disappear because they being disappeared, not adhere to law. There are so many people keep on being disappeared, and so many people. Those are the dissidents, the entrepreneurs. And those are the elite lawyers, artists, entertainers. They were all disappeared. Now, why lawyers would be made disappeared? Why that every law must praise the goodness of this CCP? You have used the regulation of the party that you go against Chinese people, the 90 million of the CCP members, and then you go against elite people, the people. Where is the law? So that is why that Mr. Bannon, he urged us to put this video up, that because he cares about the interest of the law of the world, just like the Anbang and in the US, and Ye Jianming, and he is relevant to the Middle East and then China, and yet he disappeared. And all these people have been made disappear, but where are their money? Now, but the thing is that none of this information can be disclosed to the public. You see that the thing is that CCP and keep on reporting the President Trump's lawsuit. But the thing is that in China, you were not able to disclose anything at all. So, Mr. Bannon, which one of these 500 personnel you remember? How do you see this thing? How do we resolve this?
We were talking about the show and looking at how to structure the show last week, this broadcast. One of the things I wanted to do, and I talked to Miles about, and to Karen and to our producers, I wanted to start the part right after New Year's to talk about what we call the 500, because I think this is very important. I think it's very important that we focus on this in the year 2019. You know, what has happened has been absolutely extraordinary. As I've said before, you know, I was in London earlier in the year when they had this this unfortunate incident of the poisoning of this individual from Russia, and the entire media in London, the BBC, the Guardian, everybody, completely shut down. That was the only story people were talking about. Then later, you had the unfortunate demise of Khashoggi, the journalist, the guy who worked for the Washington Post, who died in the consulate, the Saudi Arabian consulate in Turkey. In fact, last night during the Super Bowl here in America, the Washington Post took an ad out, a $2 million ad just about Khashoggi to remind the American people about Khashoggi. Well, what's happened in China? And in China, it has been literally, we call it the 500, has been more. And these are the top people in media, the top people in really security, the top people, some in the intelligence, in the financial community. What has happened to them? You've either had, they've committed suicide, or they've had these untimely deaths, or they are in prison, or they're missing. And this includes the top actress in the world. This includes one of the top photographers in the world. This includes top media people in the world. And the question gets to be, in the Western media, there's no discussion of this. It's just like it didn't happen. This is a scandal and a crisis for the entire world. You can't have as many talented people. And these are people from business, these are people from the arts, these are people from media, these are people from the government, these are people from the financial community. And these are top level people, right? Besides all the little people, all old 100 names that just disappear every day. These are some of the top people that you think any one would be a scandal. And yet it's never talked about. It's not acceptable. And here's why it's not acceptable. You're destroying Chinese society. Chinese society, the people, Chinese people are very smart. They're very hardworking. They know how to get ahead. They know how to really dedicate themselves. You're having the best and the brightest of China is being eviscerated. And the question's got to be, and the world has to hold this radical cadre of the CCP responsible. This is not anti-corruption, okay? This is using the term of anti-corruption to basically suppress and enslave a people. Every suicide, every untimely death, every execution, everybody's in prison, everybody that's missing, they all have to be accountable. This is the only way this thing's going to be solved. It's totally unacceptable that this is going on. Completely and totally unacceptable. And it's not just unacceptable to the people in China and the Chinese people. It is unacceptable for the world to allow this to happen. It shows you we have no morals, no ethics, no values if we're not prepared to step up and to call this out. And that's why I think it's very important to start the show, the 2019 part of it, right, the new year, by saying we must rededicate ourselves to finding out exactly what's going on and to have this stopped. If you look at the stories, they're heart-rendering. You have the woman, the female editor of the People's Daily. You have this great photographer. Jack Ma, basically gets fired and has his owning in Alibaba, and now he's like some kind of puppet for the Chinese government. One of the things I'm most proud about Guo Media and Miles Guo and Karen is the investigation they did on H&A. How did this happen with H&A? Miles was giving a live interview on the Voice of America Mandarin service. We pride ourselves. We hold sacred the Voice of America because the Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, did so much to free people from the bondage of the Soviet Union and communism. Right? We set up the Mandarin service to do the same thing. It's a revered institution in America. And yet for the first time in its history, it pulled a live interview of Miles Guo. Why did it pull, when I was in the White House, why did it pull a live interview of Miles Guo? Because Miles Guo was speaking the truth about H&A, about the ownership of H&A. and essentially about how that ownership had been stolen from the people of Henan. You're supposed to own it. It turns out you don't own it. It turns out that had been shifted to a couple of trusts over here in the United States, trusts that were controlled by Wan Xishan. And then when the chairman and CEO mysteriously dies, right, taking a selfie, okay, his stock all goes back to these trusts. It's completely unacceptable. What you've had is a pillaging of the value creation and the wealth of the Chinese people, and now you're actually seeing the imprisoning, and let's be brutally frank about it. These are not suicides. These are murder, okay? These people are being killed. These people are being murdered. These people are being driven into suicide. It's just not acceptable. We call it the 500. What I told Miles and the people at Guo Media is I think it's very important for us in 2019 to start to tell their individual stories so that the people of the world understand what decent, good, hardworking people these were. Okay, how they added value, had they added value to the community, whether it's in the government, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in media, whether it's in business, or whether it's just being a common good citizen, right? It is just not acceptable. It's not acceptable to we in the West because we become complicit if we don't tell these stories, okay? The London media made such a big deal about the Russian, and they should have. It's not acceptable to poison somebody in the middle of London. They made such a big deal about Khashoggi, and yes, that should be a big deal. Someone should not be taken to a consulate and then murdered and then whatever, you know, how they cut up his body and desecrate him. That's not acceptable. People have to be held accountable. But those are one person in Russia and one person from Saudi Arabia. This is literally hundreds, if not thousands. And it's crickets. Nobody talks about it. Okay? It's not acceptable. And it's upon us in the West that have the freedom of speech. It's quite evident how they're enslaving you in China, the people of China. They're trying to take away, make sure you have no freedom of speech. They try to brainwash you, no freedom of thought. And they want to make sure you have no faith and no freedom of religion. Those three, your speech, your thought, and your religion, right? Basically your heart, your mind, your soul. Once they take that, they think they can make you an automaton, a slave, and a slave to do nothing but to grind out and crank out the world's goods for almost no wages, right? So they can sell them throughout the world and they take all the money. That system of slavery, that system of enslaving the people, and not just that, but brutally repressing and murdering the people in your country that had tried to move the country forward, whether that's in the arts, in the media, industry, finance, what have you. It's not acceptable, and I think that's one of the reasons Miles is such a hero. And the people at Guo Media, the producers, the investigators like Karen, the people who have gone all over the world to investigate these stories. So I think it's very appropriate that we start 2019 with really homage to what we call the 500. Unfortunately, the 500 or more, they're just emblematic of the people that were either in prison, murdered. And I will tell you something to the families. You have people in the West that are going to dedicate themselves to freeing your brothers, sisters, your sons, your daughters, your husbands, your wives that are in these prisons in China and eventually be free. And I will tell people in the West, and this specifically goes to the bankers, to the hedge fund operators, to the corporatists, to the lawyers, to the accounting firms, and to the media. You are going to be held accountable. History is going to judge you. This is like the Nazis in the 1930s, okay? The same thing that went on in Nazi Germany is going on today. In the same way that history looks at those people that helped the Nazis and looked the other way, you're going to be held accountable. So you may be riding high today, you may be living here in the great buildings in New York, and you may be in the media all the time, but trust me, history, and when I say history, I mean current history, very shortly is going to hold you accountable for the crimes that you have allowed to be foisted onto the Chinese people.
Mr. Bannon, what he said is really the voice of the elite of the America. I believe that Mr. Bannon said something very true, that he understands the Chinese situation. And also Mr. Bannon emphasized all the time that I always very moved by him, that he saw a video that there was this Shanghai video with a kid being sort of abused, and then he was outraged, and I feel that he cared, and then he cared even though that he's not Chinese, he's away and he cared. Now, Karen, you saw this video of the 500 people disappeared. You are investigator of HNA. What do you think?
One point to what Mr. Bannon just said. He called them the 500s, and then he emphasized the fact that there's not only 500, there's a lot more. Now, I don't want to, personally, right now, I don't want to focus on this number. I just want to focus on their individuality, on the fact that they not only are the most brilliant minds that China has in finance, in technology, in whatever you want to call it, but they are individuals. And by murdering them, by kidnapping them, you are not only, as Mr. Bannon said, destroying the Chinese society, you are destroying families, because they are not simply symbols of technology, of money, of finance. They are, and especially I was, since I was investigating the death of Wang Jian, they are fathers, they are mothers, and they leave families behind. They leave people who are grieving for them. Now, someone dies, someone disappears. Now the society loses an important part, a nuclear part of whatever that person was doing, but their families are losing a person. So imagine that your father, your mother, your brothers and sisters get kidnapped, murdered, and you don't know the answer. You don't know who is going to be held accountable for that. You don't have any answer. You just have someone who took a selfie and died and fell off a wall, and no one gives you an answer. So let's focus, as Mr. Bannon said, on their individual stories. Let's help and try to help those families to find the truth.
Yes, Miss Karen, and what she said is very meaningful, because we all have our lover, have our family, our children, our parents. In the family, member was murdered, or like being said that died by like masturbation, or like a hide and seek, or like all kind of a ridiculous way of dying, and being puppeted out, being disseminated by the cadre of the CCP. But the thing is that is ridiculous. So the people must have conscience. So you see, the thing is that there was this person from the media, right? Before that, he was committed a crime, that he was being arrested. Now the thing is that these are the people that are being arrested, including the before the financial people, scholars, and now they're even entertainers, and then in the later there may be that even foreigners and scholars, and they are probably going to put you in front of a video and slap you and make you admit your crime. So all these people were made to disappear, and they were put in front of the video camera and made to admit that their crime, made to admit that they have committed grave crime. And China keep on claiming that they are a country with the rule of law. Exactly what they rule. They rule their own people. They are ruling the people who had no weapon, cannot retaliate, and you are just a thug. You are just the mafia. And then also, not only that you make those people disappeared, where are those money? The thing is that maybe Mr. Bannon, that you cannot get those money, right? Because the thing is that all these are millions of billions of people. The people that are being disappeared, arrested, where are their money? Now my older brother, my sister-in-law, my sister-in-law's sister's money, and then they have their money were all confiscated, and then under our entire clan of family we have 5,000 of our properties and all gone, all confiscated. And also the people who've been made to disappear, not only that the people being disappeared and then made to disappear, and then their family, fortune, asset was stripped, disappeared. So that is why I said that China is ruled by mafia, by the thug, by the dark force, by the police, and that is completely fiendish. and then it cannot be accepted. So all these 500 people being made disappear, they have the wife and their children, they lived the tragedy. They lived with no more supportive livelihood. And then they are made to disappear. They're made to be kidnapped. And the thing is that they actually cannot be found again. Now, I have a friend who were in Hong Kong, and then they were told, oh, okay, we need to meet you, and you need to come in here to make this business deal. And yet, when they arrived, and they just made it disappear, and and not only that the person physically disappeared, the whole asset will completely disappear too. So how many such people? How many people like that? Like Wang Qishan told Mr. Bannon, said that he told Mr. Bannon that he led the anti-corruption campaign, and the anti-corruption, anti-laundering. I was the leader, but the thing is that you were wrong. We did not just capture 100,000. We capture more than 1 million people, more than hundreds of thousands of families being destroyed. Mr. Bannon was completely shocked. He was boasting that he captured not hundreds of thousands of people, but millions of people. How can such a person be so abominable? He turned his face from an affable leader to become monstrous. So the thing is that you have completely destroyed your humanity. How can you just make H&A chairman disappear and not give them a result? Tell them what happened. So nobody is so idiotic to believe anything that you just puppet out. You are now using the black force and talking about anti-corruption, anti-money laundering. But when we are talking about all these people being made disappeared, we must remember that not just 500. There are more and more that we don't know who've been made disappear. The next one can be Canadian, can be American. In fact, that post 11/20, they were Canadian being captured. The thing is that the person that being captured, that they were actually being sent to meet this judge. The judge who's supposed to actually try my case. But the thing is that the person also being disappeared. The thing is that the judge also said that they are being made to say all of that, and the people going to be made to meet with these judges and to be tried, they were all made disappeared. So that is why that we are saying that in China, that President Xi Jinping, his family, what happened? They have all this wealth and they have all this luxury, and also that Liu He's father is Liu Zhiyan, and Liu Zhiyan was in Sichuan, and his family were all the Communist Party at the earliest time, and also their family were being criticized in the Cultural Revolution, and then also his father actually jumped out of the building and made to jump out of the building to death, and yet Liu He is servicing the CCP and lying to the 1.4 billion of the people. So that is why I wonder why that these people can actually work for the CCP, the cadre of the CCP. How can they be brainwashed like that? We must know the truth, the people of the whole matter. Now let's take a look at the next video. The next video is that the people are our enemies. That the people who protect humanity, human rights, are they our enemies? So let's take a look at this video.
换装。
Okay, I'm back. I changed my clothes again. See that I have this two buttonhole red, and then they are made for today. You see how beautiful I am, and you are too. Now, and my dear friends, you can see how Wang Qishan talk, the way that he talk, and you know that to demolition everywhere happened. But yet, but the thing is that in the past, they have turned all the land to the communist public property. Everything is controlled by the party. So I would think that in fact that the Communist Party, after that they have won the revolution, they took all the land. They became the people's enemy, really, I would think. But anyway, Wang Qishan told me personally that Communist Party think that the Chinese people are stupid people. They have no wisdom. They cannot be learned and they cannot be educated to be intelligent. So that is, you know, that is what Wang Qishan said himself. I did not say that myself. Now he said that when he talked, you can see what he said, right? The thing is that if they said something like that, he's going to be. He said that he said that in the U.S. won't things like that happen, you know, that the U.S. they will have to talk. But the thing is, that's why that the China, Wang Qishan and those people, that they look down upon the America, because that we in America talk about human rights. And then in China, that if you want to destroy anything, demolish anything, you can just go to do that. And yet they have their property in Seattle. They have property, asset in America, and in fact that Wang Qishan has the wife and they have American as identity, and then they have their properties in America, and then they ever since 1989 that Wang Qishan's wife had the American green card, and yet that he is not being tried. His family have not been locked up, and now you can see the way that he talked. He was so monstrous, right? And then you see how Wang Qishan talk, right? And then you see how he talk. And then you can see how they beat up that woman and they demolish that houses. And then the child actually crying and saying that we just tried to do some business. And the thing is that if you are actually trying to attack crimes, that you should actually go to attack the Wang Qishan, and then because he is helping HNA committing all kinds of crimes. But the thing is that, they keep on thinking that the Chinese people are the people who should be suppressed. And the thing is that he knows that the people that would not raise a voice, even though that millions of people being arrested, 500 families being destroyed, not one person open up and say anything. That is why that Mr. Bannon and I and Karen, that we establish the rule of law. We need to establish the bill of the anti-black force. We use the American law to prosecute these black force, and then to give the truth to the people, because these people in the CCP, they did not abide the law. They did not do anything obey the law. Our rule of law foundation is exactly doing this, that we are going to establish rule and the law, and then we hope that to try those people. And then because those people rob the cadre of the CCP, they rob the people of China, and then they destroy the people of China. And the thing is that if you are not having such an anti-blackness of a law, then that you will be the enemy of the Chinese people. What do you think, Mr. Bannon?
I think of everything, you know, this has been for the last, 5 hours, a very tough broadcast in that we've gone through Hong Kong, we've gone through Taiwan, we've gone through the Dalai Lama in Tibet, we've talked about the Catholic Church, we've talked about how the CCP is not to be trusted, and particularly this radical cadre of Wan Xishan and Xi. But of all of that, and we've talked about the 500, we've talked about this symbolic group of entrepreneurs and leaders in Chinese society that are missing or in prison or have been murdered. Of all of that, this is probably the most disturbing part of the entire broadcast, because this is state power brought against the little guy. And it's so heart-rendering, and the people at Guo Media and Miles Guo could show you hours of this, where people are beaten, people have their little goods that they're on the market selling, that children are separated from their families, and the old people are beaten and taken away, their houses are demolished. And then you saw Wan Xishan, and it's just another day at the office for him. He's saying, hey, this is just the way it's got to be, this housing demolition, we're going to do it, and they're going to clear these people out, and you've got to, and whatever happens to them, happens to them. But what you saw in these videos is the suppression. This is slavery, right? Let's be brutally frank about what we just saw. The stability force in the police, in the security apparatus of the CCP, beat these people like dogs. These people were treated like animals, no better than animals. In fact, animals are treated better than this, right? You saw the way they threw the net over the young girl, just like they were thrown over a piece of cattle, right? This is what China, this for one of the great civilizations in the world, right? A civilization has been around for 4,000 or 5,000 years. For the culture and tradition and the family tradition that China has, the great art and literature that China has, the science that China has, the civilization that far precedes the Judeo-Christian West by many thousands of years, many millennia, right? To have this in the 21st century, the old 100 names, the basic backbone of Chinese society, the little guy, the hard worker, to have them treated like animals, beaten like dogs, and to have the world has to understand this is not acceptable. This cannot continue on. And it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate to the Chinese people, and it's inappropriate to mankind overall to allow this to happen. So this is, and here's the thing. We could have taken all 5 hours, and Miles Guo and his team could have strung together video for all 5 hours that would have shown you people being beaten like dogs. And so if people in China think this is acceptable, and particularly this radical leadership of the CCP and their collaborators in the West, the bankers, the hedge funds, the media people, the politicians, the people in Davos, who, let's be frank, kissed Xi's ass 2 years ago, right? All the wealthy in Davos, all these elites that look the other way, that have the champagne parties, and when Xi comes there, they're eating the fancy hors d'oeuvres and having the nice dinners and wearing great suits and jet-setting around in Switzerland, okay? This is what you're supporting. Little guys in the streets of the cities of China being beaten like dogs and treated like animals. You're supporting this, and you're going to be held accountable for supporting this.
Thank you.
I thank you. I am too emotional. Perhaps, Karen, you start first. I think that really the Chinese government treat us like animal.
The symbol of the party unwillingness to share their power with anyone, with anything. Now, we spoke about the Dalai Lama, the Roman Catholic Church, be it Hong Kong, being Taiwan. It doesn't matter. They are not willing to give up an inch of their power. And this only happens in a place where there is a total lack of legal boundaries, and where you have the state, you have the police, and then you have individuals below them. And the state and the police are not held accountable for anything. They can do anything they want. They can beat up people randomly in the street around another 100 of people without ever being questioned. They are above the law. Now, how is this any different from any totalitarian regime that we know? How is this any different from Nazi Germany? How is this any different from the Cambodian Khmer Rouge? How is this any different from Pinochet Chile, from the Stalinist Soviet Union? How is this any different? This is torture, and this is not any different from any dictatorship that we have read in books, we have studied in school, or we have watched movies about. Now, think about your lives. Now, all around the world, every day, we are so concerned about animal problems. We have become vegetarians, vegans, pescatarians, and you can be whatever you want. We started saving dogs from dog-eating festivals because we believe that's inhuman. And look at what we're doing to our own species. Look at what we're doing to human beings. Now, I'm not saying that you are not supposed to save dogs and you can be a vegetarian as much as you want. But here, we have everything. We have technologies. We have newspapers. We have everything to get to know these things. We can just Google it. We can find these videos. And yet, because we need Chinese investments and Chinese investors, we just overlook everything that's happening, including people beaten up in the street. Now,
Karen was so really make me view her differently, and also Mr. Bannon make me see him differently too. You see, I have established rule of law with Mr. Bannon, and we have done the press conference together. He saw the video, he stood up, he wept, and then he said that we can't do such a thing, we can't tolerate such a thing. The city police was like that. It's like a thug, like a fiend. I am very fond of Mr. Bannon. I respect Mr. Bannon, and I am very glad to be with him in the U.S. In fact, I have met with a lot of the U.S. government generals and the officials with Mr. Bannon. And the thing is that they all being touched by, moved by Mr. Bannon and his message and his understanding about what happened in China. So you see, these videos were not created by me, you know, and I am not a rapist and I am not a criminal. But the thing is that is why that I must urge you that you must understand what happened in China, and so that Mr. Bannon and the Miss Karen, you all understand that China government treat Chinese people even worse than animal, and this happened today in this era 2019. A lot of the words and a lot of the things being said to you and shown to you by this cadre government, it is all lies. I have heard a lot of the educated people in China said that, oh, this is a tragedy because we are ruled by the Sun Lijun, Meng Jianzhu, and Wang Qishan. And the thing is that you see, Meng Jianzhu and those people, they have the access to the wealth of the world. They have the access to all resources of the world. You know that the Chinese people were undergone such a kind of a tragedy, and they were accompanying their wife, and in fact that wife was to go to see doctor in the U.S. You know, so all the things that they said in the public in China were lies. And then, you know, the thing is that, and then they, in fact that I was graduated by in the junior high, but do you know Wang Qishan, how can he get the power? Because he married into the power, and his wife was the powerful general's daughter. So did you think that it is a tragedy? Now you can see the Meng Jianzhu always blinking, but do you know how many women that he slept with? And then in fact that he wanted to actually destroy the Dalai Lama, such a venerable, honorable, holy man. And yet, this these people are the leaders of our hooligan country now. And I'm not going to say any more about others. But the thing is that I have studied 7 years. I have spent 7 years at school. I was graduated from junior high. But the thing is, I'm very glad that I entered the world soon because I can see the world clearly. I understand the truth about CCP, and then I thank my parents that actually sent me to work when I was just a young man. I understand. I saw the Tiananmen massacre, the June 4th incident, and then I see that happen. I understand what happened, and of course, I was arrested, put into prison. I was shackled. I have put with a handcuff and shackled. And I understand what happened. I'm glad that today, because that opened my eyes. They killed my brother, and I understand that today. That is the thing that led me to open my eyes and then to help my people to understand what happened in China, the truth about the cadre government. And I have friends like Mr. Bannon and Karen. They are the people with faith and with moral, and they support me. So they make me to believe that I have this mission given to me. It's my preordained fate that I need to help people to understand, and I must strengthen my faith and my strength, and then that is to eliminate CCP, the rogue cadre of the government. With Mr. Bannon, that his encouragement that I can continue, and then with Karen, who's born from the 90s, and yet she understands and she has such sympathy to the children and to the people of China. So we understand that kind of crisis cannot continue. Now let's take a look at the rule of law. So we are not going to show the video of the and then in fact I think that we should end here because I feel like I'm too emotional to go on, and I must control my emotion. But what Mr. Bannon and Miss Karen said, that it made me too emotional. I feel like I'm going to collapse. I'm going to keep on crying, and I don't want to show that on the TV, on the broadcasting. And so I become very teary now. So let's not continue with those videos, okay? So now that I'm asking Mr. Bannon to wrap up, to give us a conclusion that in 5 minutes, how are we going to help people with the rule of law fund? Thank you.
Want me to just address the rule of law fund?
No more videos. No more videos. Okay.
Is that what we intend to do, to go back to the 500, go back to the missing, etc. With Miles and Miles' assistant, we've set up here a rule of law fund, and what that fund is going to do is to empower a couple things. Number one is to continue these deep investigations. These must be investigated. We're going to continue these investigations to find out what happened to these people that are missing, these people that have been in prison, these mysterious suicides and these other deaths that have gone on. One of the ones that we're going to continue on with is the H&A situation, because H&A is a scandal that's only spreading. It's spreading to all the financial institutions and all the billionaires here in the West, and these people have to be held accountable. In addition, what the Rule of Law Fund is going to do is help tell the stories. We put together videos, etc., to tell the stories, to make sure that the world understands who these people are, that these people are just not, as Karen said, these are individuals. These are individuals who led exemplary lives. These are individuals that had loved ones, that had families, that had communities that represented something. We need the world to know who these people are. In addition, what we're going to do is conferences, workshops. We're going to go travel around throughout the United States and Europe and the rest of the world, Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and we're going to tell the story so that nobody forgets. The whole world will be bound together in this issue of of the people. And so the Rule of Law Fund is eventually to bring the rule of law to China and the Chinese people. The Chinese people are a great civilization. It's a great people. It's a noble people. You deserve the rule of law. The rest of the world, you have many, many friends, and you have people like Miles Guo and others that have, in Guo Media and other organizations that have had the chance to escape from really the tyranny of the CCP, that are now dedicated to make sure they're dedicating their lives to come back and to make sure that the people of China are free. The Rule of Law Fund is essentially a vehicle, we hope, to end the enslavement of the Chinese people. And so I'm honored to work with Miles and Bill Gertz and other people, Karen, the investigators, the great team at Guo Media, to do this for you. And I think that the world, quite frankly, in China owes Miles and other a deep gratitude. So it's great to be working with you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Mr. Bannon said that the Rule of Law Fund has 2 licenses. They are C4 license, and so we are licensed to able to lobby, and then also to accept donation and contribution, and we will be afforded with protection. And then this, so the Rule of Law Fund chairman is Mr. Bannon, and I am only a contributor. I don't have any status or position. So all the people who needed to be helped, to be protected, that we would provide assistance here with the law of the United States, and then also that is being handled by Mr. Bannon. And so this is a Rule of Law Foundation, not fund. And of Rule of Law Foundation, we would still be perfecting our personnel and then our structure. And I very thankful for Mr. Bannon that to give me this idea that we will establish this Rule of Law Foundation. Our aim is to help people in China that from every city, various level of work, and then to afford them with protection of their asset and their physical safety. And then another license we have is a C3 license. Now because the C3 is being chaired by Carl Bass, and Carl Bass is also an entrepreneur in the U.S. and he is against Chinese Communist Party too. The thing is that they can receive only donation, but they cannot entertain any political campaign, and so and also tax exempted a organization, and so they are completely different arms of the operation. And but then you can see all these details from our website. So C3 and C4 licensed organization are already up and running at the moment. Please leave us message and then let us know, particularly if you need assistance and protection. And then we have 2 chairmen, Mr. Carl Bass and Mr. Bannon. They will do their best to provide assistance, and also that hoping to gain foothold in establishing a country with rule of law. And then we also to hope to protect Hong Kong, Taiwan, the freedom and the safety of the people and the asset. Now, Karen, what do you think? Rule of law, what do you think about that?
With this fund, we'll be able to avoid what we just saw in that video. I really hope that we will be able to establish a rule of law in a country that apparently has no idea of what it means. And I want the same restrictions to be applied to the state, to the police, and to individuals at the same level. So I really hope that we will get some justice and we'll find the truth for those families, those mothers, brothers, fathers who have lost a member of their family, or who they don't know where they are. And I really hope that many of you will contribute to our common goal.
很多战
Okay, a lot of messages we received. I am very, very, very touched because all of you were also teary and you were moved and you were crying. And I really are grateful to Mr. Bannon and Ms. Karen then talking to us and sharing their thoughts with us. And then now that if you are not married, then please approach Mr. Bannon. And then if you want some romance, approach Karen. And then so that I am grateful to all my comrades, my friends. So that there's some more videos we are not going to show today, but in fact that we have a lot more stories of Dalai Lama. We can actually talk about it later on. But the thing is that there are many, many, many different stories we're going to share with you in the upcoming broadcasting. And we have more of the documents concerning Taiwan and Hong Kong. At the moment, we are not ready, but then we are going to be able to show later on. But today, collectively, we are hoping and wishing you all safe and peace for the 1.4 billion of Chinese people. So tomorrow we are not going to have any broadcasting. We are going to spend some time with our family, and then Wednesday we are going to have another broadcasting, and then they are going. Mr. Bannon's coming, and I don't know if whether Miss Karen is coming, and so first of all. We together, Mr. Bannon and Karen, we are going to pray, and then also that we are going to wish that God give us strength and give us faith. And so in 2019, we can eliminate the cadre of the CCP so that we can enable the Chinese people to have rule of law and the freedom of religion. We need to let Chinese people see that no matter where you are, that you can see that the dictators are totalitarian from the Romania and for Iraq and all these other countries, and then the Chinese people are different, that we can have a peaceful transition of power, and then we can have so that we have the brightest million year from now on. So let's pray to God that we would have received grace from him and to strength from him, no matter what you believe, though, and Buddhism, Christian or Islam, that we just wish God to give us grace and to give us protection and to gift us with safety and peace, okay, and good health. Let us pray. Mr. Bannon fall asleep? Mr. Bannon did not sleep. Okay, that's good. He come back to us. In fact, this is the first time I met him, I realized that he was a Catholic. And I see the Karen praying, I see the Mr. Bannon praying, and they are very devout. They are Christians. Every time that, and Mr. Bannon actually had to cancel several meetings with me because he had to go back home to spend time with his father. And also, and the thing is that every time that they say something, I am very moved because I see that they have such strong faith, and I feel such happiness you know, in China, you go to church, you cannot really go back to home. You may be arrested on the road. You probably being you probably just like being in prison, Karen. Then they're probably going to harass you, you know, and you may not be able to go home. So the thing is that in the church, you have so many churches, and you can go anytime. That I am so envious. So I read. Therefore, nowadays it's my habit that every time I see a church, I will go there to pray in the church. In fact, Karen is the first person accompanied to church and pray in here. So the thing is that faith is important, and then the moral is the fabric of a society, and then of course the rule of law. It is the foundation of a nation. So that a nation cannot privatize all the wealth and all. But the thing is that when the wealth are all publicized and the law is being like privatized, then it cannot be the future of a nation. So that everything now in China is ruled by the party. Party is our God, and that is the most ludicrous and the worst time of history in China, because we cannot take away faith of people, because that is the most natural thing that happened to a person. That is faith. Where does the world come from? Who would give us gravity? Who would give us all this living thing? So how can we take away such faith? So why would we have different people? Nobody, we have different color of people. Nobody have answer, but we have only God, because God's truth is the human's truth. Because truth meaning purity and childlike. So that is why every life must be respected. Every mother must be loved, and every woman cannot be the plaything. And Wang Qishan, he cannot have a productive power, and then so the Meng Jianzhu have a very weak sexuality, so that they want to sleep with more women, trying to revitalize their own egotistic sexual prowess. But the thing is that we cannot allow that. You know, the thing is that all these entertainers that we watch from the Spring Festival Gala, how many of them that not slept with those people? We should not allow that. The thing is that faith can allow us to seek ourselves, can be true to ourselves. Mr. Bannon had been in the White House in Goldman Sachs. He understands that wealth and power cannot be all of him. And then Karen is so beautiful. And then she knows the history of. She knows the culture. She knows that even though that with the wealth and power cannot satisfy her. It's because we are human. We need to have our faith in God, and then we need to understand our nature. As human, we must have law and rule, fair rule, and so enable us to have freedom of religion. Don't you think it is a right thing to ask for that? Don't you think that we need that? So we have thousands of years, tens of thousands of years of history of a human. Shouldn't we have the freedom of a religion? So we must go against the CCP because they don't have faith. They want to take away the people who believe in God, and that they want to actually take the power from Vatican, the faith from Vatican. I don't understand even this, Mr. Bannon and Miss Karen. So today, all the 2 million of the viewers and also 400 million of the viewer in China, we cannot be the conspirator of the CCP because they think that we are stupid, we are cowardly. That is why that they do this to us. We must take action. And so, my friend, my comrades, today with our broadcasting, I hope that you are happy with us. I'm sure you're happy with Mr. Bannon and Karen, and so we have a perfect performance. And then so that is why that we grateful to you, and everything is just beginning. And thank you for everyone. Thank you for my dear friends and my broadcasting team. And so everything just the beginning.
新日，新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！好，我们今天的直播就到。
So we end here. Thank you very much. all teams are wonderful. I must be so happy because you are all wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Great.
Thank you, Harry. Perfect, perfect. The music is.
That's a great podcast. Great podcast.